relative to other services that households subscribe to it. So again, it's just to illustrate the cost, daily cost of these services relative to other services that households subscribe to. In terms of our 2014 tax impact, while we are making reference to 1.8% relative to the total tax burden, we currently can only capture information from our comparator municipalities as it relates to the municipal portion of the property tax bill. So again, that 1.8% as a percentage of the municipal portion of the property tax bill is approximately 2.2%. So again, relative to our comparators, you'll see that we continue to rank on the low side. Relative to our comparators, Windsor continues to be able to achieve a 0% increase in 2014. Some of the references are not complete. We've been asked by committee members to include, for instance, Niagara Region, West Lincoln, and I believe West Lincoln will not have information to share with us until March. We'll capture the West Lincoln and the Niagara in future presentations in terms of the Niagara-West Lincoln increase. Again, you'll see the reference to those are municipalities that have approved their budgets, CP being their current positions as they deliberate their budgets, and a reference to T in the case of London and Haldimand, those are their targets. So again, another municipality to highlight is in previous years, and Chris made reference to over the last number of years, the City of Hamilton has ranked third lowest. The other municipality that has, in the last few years, ranked low in terms of their tax increases has been London. And you'll see in 2014, London's target is 3.1%. So again, given some of the achievements that are incorporated in 2014 budget around sustainability, again, very positive position to be starting our 2014 deliberations around in terms of 1.8%, while trying to achieve some of those targets around sustainability. I won't go through these slides. They're available for your reference. These were our guidelines that Council approved leading into our 2014 budget. In terms of achieving the overall 0% tax increase, that would require an additional $15.3 million in budgeted savings. So again, to achieve zero would require additional $15 million, and to achieve 1% would require an additional $6.8 million in savings and efficiencies. 1%, and I know I've been asked this in previous years, what does a 1% tax increase represent? On the municipal portion, it represents $7.2 million. And in terms of the total tax bill, 1% now represents $8.5 million. In terms of the process, what is scheduled is the departmental presentations, and they're set to follow this presentation, starting with Public Works. Departments will continue to be reviewing their budgets for potential reductions or savings. The process includes the opportunity for Council, and Council has received last week the presentations from boards and agencies, and there will be an opportunity for public delegations as part of our process as well. In terms of additional information, there are currently 32 requests from Council for additional information. As in previous years, we've posted this additional information on the S Drive, and so the reference to the folder and the location of that information is included in this slide. In addition to that information that's on the S Drive, departments will have information as part of their presentations, and we'll be sure to try to capture that information as the process continues onto the S Drive. So I believe in terms of the process, one last slide, process dates. Again, this represents the kickoff leading into the departmental presentations. Public delegations are currently scheduled for February 25th, and deliberations to start February 27th. And our current schedule, notwithstanding the discussion at committee earlier this morning, our current schedule assumes council approval on March 26th. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that represents the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee might have.
Thanks very much, Mike. And two speakers to begin with, Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Collins, please.
Mike, just back on the winter control, you reflected I think an average over a span of 6 or 7 years in the presentation. I don't have the slide in front of me. I thought we were running from a 3-year average. Is that our current policy, or is the 205 to 212 average now the new benchmark that we use?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think we moved to this practice of a perpetual average in 2012, I think was the first year we moved to that. So now the winter control budget is based on actuals for the period 2005 to 12 and includes some service level enhancements approved by Council in 13.
Yes, and that's right. You mentioned that extra $500,000 because we went from the 10-centimeter residential to 8, I believe.
Right.
But I'm just curious to know, this seems to be the winter that just won't go away, and it's costing us a lot of money as it relates to snow removal and winter maintenance. And I'm wondering now how we fared through the 2013 year, and how the storms that have been that we've seen over the last number of months how have they affected the average?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if Jerry has that information. I just will point out, in addition to the trends around, the seasonal experience in 2013, is the ice storm in December 2013 will have an impact on 2013 as well, and I expect we will be reporting back as part of our year-end report to committee at that time in terms of those costs.
So through the chair, we're forecasting the actual for 2013 at $25.9 million, which is 4.4 million higher than we anticipated. So about a $4 million overrun for 2013.
And thanks for that, Jerry. I know we're still early in 2014, but it looks as if we're probably looking at the same for this calendar year. Does that number look like we're trending in the same direction based on where we were for the 2013 numbers, or is it still far too early to tell?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, typically we don't have a good sense until we enter into the end of the calendar year as to what was experienced over this winter season and what might occur at the tail end of this calendar year in terms of potential for an early winter start. But just from a budgeting perspective, again, we are using the averages for the year 2005 to 2012. So as Jerry's identified, the above budget pressures that are experienced in 2013 have not been reflected in our forecast for winter control in 2014.
Okay, that's good to know. The other question that I would have is related to the reassessment process and the dollars and tax revenues that we're losing through the impact process, especially from our large industrial players. And I know that you've given it some attention through the committee, and I thought I heard through your presentation, Mr. Chairman, through you, that you have more information to provide. So are we receiving more information? If so, my questions can wait. If not, then is now the time to talk about that.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as part of the corporate services budget, Larry Friday, our Director of Taxation, can provide some additional information in terms of how we, in terms of staff, are involving ourselves as part of the reassessment process. And on February 11th, I'll be presenting the corporate financials that include reference to write-offs and supplementary taxes, and I'll have additional information to present on February 11th.
Excuse me, then my questions can wait until that time. I do have one other question. It's related to the number of employees that you mentioned that were down, and that's a first for us, at least with the scope and the number that you've provided here. That's a lot higher than we've witnessed in other budget years. And I know that you gave us a very high-level HEC-5. Sorry, I missed the number that related to the HEC-5 as part of the 58.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there are 50 FTEs associated with HEC-5, and we're assuming that all 50 FTEs, we're assuming the reduction of all 50 FTEs as it relates to the $1 million in support to HEC-5 facilities in 2014. So the budget in terms of the support for HEC-5 is being reduced by $1 million, and that includes 50 FTEs.
So those individuals who are employed still at one or all three of the facilities who are part of a union, are they included in the 50 reduction, and they're now being transferred, they're an obligation that's been picked up by the contractor, or are they still within our complement?
So with respect to the 50 FTEs, it represents positions that the city have an obligation for. So as the transition of the delivery of the services has gone to external parties, it has represented in part of that 50 FTE reduction as well. There were some positions that did not continue to be supported as part of the transition, and they're captured in that 50 FTE reduction as well. Okay. So it incorporates the reduction of positions as well as the transition of some positions over to the private sector providers.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Collins. I've got Councillor Pearson, followed by Councillor Johnson. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate all the information so far. Just a couple, you answered some of the questions as you went further into your presentation, but you gave the value of an average assessed home, and I guess every year I ask, what does 1% equate to as far as in millions on the budget?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll just pull up the slide because it includes the total tax as well as the municipal portion. So 1% just on the municipal portion represents an additional $7.2 million. And in terms of the total tax bill, including education, of 1% change would represent an additional $8.5 million.
Okay, thank you. And I know we had discussions when you came around, we were meeting in the office about issues, and you mentioned today in the presentation 2 spots. You mentioned about the $1.9 million claims on risk management. Was that last year? And you mentioned that we're projecting $2.5 million in 2014?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the $2.5 million that we've identified as part of our 2014 pressures that have been accommodated within the budget and our forecast of 1.8% represents 2 pieces as it relates to risk management. If you recall, we had an underfunded premium cost as it relates to risk management, and I believe it was a 5-year phase-in to be funded from tax stabilization. 2014 represents the last year of that phase-in, and that represents $600,000 in 2014. So that's part of the 2.5. Our risk management claims represents an additional $1.9 million in 2014, so that 1.9 and the 600,000 equates to the $2.5 million. Just in terms of that 1.9, we are trending greater than 1.9 in 2013, so the budget does not assume accommodating the full amount. There will continue to have to be some effort to try to mitigate some of those claim costs going forward.
Those were discussions that we did have on the office visits. So at what point will committee and council be addressing that with regards to risk management? Will it be under one of the, on the specific department on the presentation, or will this be another item being brought forward after the budget? So
through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's likely after the budget. SMT have had a preliminary presentation around our risk management claims. Staff are developing some potential actions that we can consider to try to mitigate those costs, and so it would be likely after the budget process that we would have some information to share with committee.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Johnson, followed by Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Farr, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mike, yesterday we sat through the renewable power meeting. It was good news, $1.6 million that we had generated from the methane gas. I'm looking up at the Glanbrook folks that are watching over our Glanbrook landfill. And I just wanted to know, when I look at your slide 10, you talk about some of the things like the HEC fiber structuring, the Flamborough slot review. Where does the herpes come in?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Council approved a policy with respect to the herpes dividend, where the herpes dividend and the revenues are generated from the wastewater treatment plants activity as well as the Glanbrook landfill. And recognizing those two sources, Council approved a policy whereby the dividends would be applied to a landfill liability that we have, as well as to our wastewater capital program. And so in previous years, a portion of the dividend was applied to reduce the tax impact of our recycling program. We've been phasing that out and applying the policy of Council, which is to direct those dividends to our landfill liability and to our wastewater capital
Thank you, Mike.
programs.
I wanted to get that on record because it was live streamed yesterday, and it was a good news story as far as how well we're doing with the methane gas. The other one I'd like you to refer to is slide 23. Every time we have these tax talks, I always ask for the two municipalities that abut Ward 11. I see Niagara Region there, and I see Haldimand there, and I want to tell you I appreciate those numbers. I just want clarity. When I see T for targeting, does that mean that that's where they're at 9% coming down to 4% when I look at Haldimand, or are they going to leave it at 4% and away we go?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the target really could be considered their guideline. It's currently what Council has identified as a guideline to staff, so they're still in the midst of their deliberations.
Right.
Where that 4% may ultimately land will be dependent on their deliberations. And I just will point out, with respect to Niagara Region, we are trying to gather the West Lincoln information, but again, they have advised us they will not have information to us until March. So we will incorporate it in subsequent presentations.
Thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Whitehead.
Can you go to the slide, and I think there's a really good question asked. 1% tax impact in actual dollars has been growing from year to year to year. So, I remember when it was 5 point something million. Last year, I think it was 6.6. This year, it's 7.2. So I'm just trying to get an understanding. So there's a growth in that. So if you can help explain that in light of the fact that we've also got growth in more properties paying taxes. So I know we've had assessment appeals, but on the other side we have a lot of residential homes that are now, I got a whole new huge neighborhood in the Carpenter Park area, for example. They're paying taxes now. So I'm trying to understand if there's more housing, you would think that number would be going down, not up. So help me understand that.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of that 1%, it really represents the additional revenues from a 1% change in the tax rate. And when you think of the tax rate, really reflects the levy. So as the levy grows, and the levy can grow through growth of new assessment base, residential, commercial, industrial, as well as growth in the levy program, as programs enhance services, as they address their contractual, their inflationary pressures, the tax levy increases as well. So you would expect over time that 1% will grow, and it'll grow capturing the positive impact of assessment growth as well as growth in the tax levy.
I appreciate that. The other slide that you showed in regards to the comparatives, you did talk about Haldimand is still in process. Do you have any more detail on some of the others? Is Windsor done? Is Niagara done? Or a number of these are still in process?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we've tried to identify through the references of T as a target or a guideline, CP is their current position, they're in the midst of deliberations, and A is approved. So those municipalities that have approved budgets include Kingston, Guelph, Ottawa, Niagara Region Upper Tier, and the City of London. Or City of London, sorry, City of Windsor.
Appreciate that. I had that slide 23. What was on slide? Can you pull up slide 10? Yeah, it was just for clarification. These are total highlighted pressures, is what the slide says. And I'm sorry if this is questions already being asked, but I noticed that Flamborough slot revenue, 0.8 million. Is that because we expect I thought there was going to be a formula that's actually going to create more opportunity, financial opportunity for the city. Are you suggesting it's actually going down?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. No, we are expecting to have, just in 2013, some favorable revenues as it relates to slots, in part from the new formula. So the new formula, I think, came into effect April of 2013. Looking to stop. April of 2013. And the new formula is it's a stepped formula. So up to the first $65 million in gross revenues, the city share is, I believe, 5.5%. Over and above the $65 million, the city share drops to 3.5% or about 3.5%. So we really have only the first few quarters under the new agreement, and that's why staff want to have a better opportunity to examine that number and come back in February. So what we are assuming for the purposes of today's presentation, and it's referenced in the budget book, is an additional $800,000 in slot revenues in 2014. But again, we'll be reviewing that number and reporting back in February.
Not a decrease, but an addition.
An increase. It's an increase of $800,000. So you'll see here a reference in brackets. Reference in brackets represent additional revenues or savings or efficiencies that are.
That's why you're the accountant, I'm not. I mean, I should have recognized the brackets. I just know what caught me was that it said total of highlighted pressures, and so I saw that in that category. But I understand now that you have it bracketed. Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Mike, last year at this time, I think we had a pretty serious concern, at least you projected it, and others, that our reliance on reserves and our diminishing reserves were a problem. And clearly one of the good news stories among many, I think, with what you're presenting here today and what you'll continue to present, I'm sure, is that we've reduced that alliance. And I'm just wondering, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, what margin, or is there a way you can present that to us in a sort of layman's way and tell us how you managed to achieve that? Because I think it's a pretty significant achievement.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the details I expect will come out of the departmental presentations. But in terms of our revenues and the reserve reliance, is we're forecasting approximately $2.5 million in less reliance on our reserves, as well as part of that $2.5 million also goes to address where we are not achieving our forecast revenues as part of the delivery of some of our programs. So again, this budget not only addresses the reserves, it addresses our liabilities, and it really continues, and I appreciate the focus of this term of council around the financial sustainability of our budget in the corporation, the lower reliance of reserve being a focus of this council. I know as part of our corporate services budget presentation, we've been asked to examine a number of our reserves in terms of sustainability, and that forms part of our work plan for 2014. We've delivered a debt policy in 2013. So again, this really represents the outcome of the focus of this term of council around the financial sustainability of our budget and of the corporation.
Thanks, Councillor Farr. I've got Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to pick up where Councillor Farr was, because it almost on the chart that where we're at, it's almost understated. in terms of what the accomplishment has been, at least in this term, not just from the debt policy issue, but what Councillor Farr is talking about. We had in the past been relying on reserves, as you know, Mr. Deputy Mayor, a number of times during the budget process. If our revenues were short, we would take a bit of money from different reserves to try and minimize the impact on the levy, and that's was not new to this council. It's been many councils and they do it right around the province, so it's not unusual. That's why you create the tax stabilization reserves and things along those lines. But I think over this past term, we really paid attention to the reserves and saw that they were diminishing. In some respects, some of the departments really had significantly lower reserves than they had in the past. So what Councillor Farr is speaking to, this is a significant achievement for the council because Councillor Pearson and I were talking, we've really moved closer and closer to true actual numbers. We're budgeting year in, year out with true actual numbers. It's like your household. If Councillor Pearson's own words, if you get $1 in, you can spend $1. You can't spend $1.20. And that's a significant achievement for this council in this term, moving to those true numbers and trying to eliminate the dependency on reserves. So that's a significant improvement overall. Addressing revenue shortfalls and underfunded programs, again, it was easier in the past to deal with those underfunded programs or revenue shortfalls just simply from the reserves. Instead, we're actually fixing it so it's sustainable. So when we look forward, if next year we know exactly where we are and we know how much money's come in, how much money we have, and we're not relying on a savings account to try and get us through the year. So I just want to really stress that to the public, but also to thank staff. We're also been tackling those I guess, liability issues, which you and I have talked about a number of times. I'm talking long-term liabilities, not short-term. Sick leave, vacation, retirement costs, all of those items are now being addressed in the matter so that on a go-forward basis, and again, this is not, I'm trying not to understate it, it is a significant accomplishment of any financial staff or any corporation to look at sick leave or vacation leave and say, okay, over the next 5 years, we're going to rectify this so that, again, the amount of money we have and the amount of money we spend is equal. So that is a significant accomplishment. You know, if this was the federal government, they'd be sending press releases all over the world, ringing their bells in terms of what has transpired. So these things are coming about from staff that are really trying to look at it not in terms of making our budget competitive and tax. That's not the sole purpose, but to make sure that we're really living within our means. And to Mr. Murray, to Mr. Zagaric, and all that staff up there, I know it's not easy getting to that point, but there's a plan in place. And I want to congratulate you. That is a historic accomplishment for this council, for this term, and our staff, and we couldn't have done it on our own. It was the number crunching and the desire and the pushing of the mayor for sustainability that really got us to that point. So I want to thank everyone, and I'm sorry that's not a question, but it felt like it was just being understated, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I think we should do it real justice.
Thanks, Councillor Clark, and I think Chris off the top said we need to publicize this a lot more, social media and all different avenues, and I think they'll pick up on your comments. Mike, you wanted to comment?
So I just want to thank Councillor Clark because he gave me a few minutes to do some quick summing here and try to capture what, in terms of the dollars that are reflected in this slide. So to Councillor Farr's reference about the dollar impact that's been accounted for in the 2014 budget around a lower reliance on reserves, addressing where our revenues are not achieving our targets, around our lack of funding for, and I believe it's Councillor Collins' term, our chronically underfunded programs and around our liabilities. That total number is approximately $6 million. So under trying to achieve a competitive tax increase of 1.8%. While doing that and reducing the overall complement, we've addressed approximately $6 million in lower reliance on reserves, on addressing our shortfall in revenues relative to target. Risk management is that one of those chronically underfunded programs, $1.9 million related to claims, and approximately $900,000 as it relates to retiree benefits. So in terms of that total figure, Councillor Clark, it really represents about $6 million that's been accounted for as part of our preliminary 2014 budget.
Back to you, Councillor Clark.
And I really appreciate the line of questioning from Councillor Farr, because this really does, now that we have those numbers, you can really start to put it in perspective. We have a 1.8% increase, which is what we're dealing with right now, and there may be still more work to go. But even within that significantly low budget, increase, we're still accomplishing $6 million, $1.9 million, $800,000 on items that we've always talked about trying to get sustainability and always tried to diminish. That is a significant accomplishment, and it really should be highlighted. So I look forward to lots of tweeting or twitting or whatever it is that happens. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Councillor Clark. I have a few questions, Mr. Mayor, if you can take the chair. Congratulations, Mike, and all members of city staff for bringing in this budget where we are today. It's I don't think, at least I can only speak for myself, I didn't anticipate we'd be at this point, at 1.8% at this point in the budget discussions. I thought we'd be much higher. So this is quite extraordinary, and of course the line of questioning and comments from Councillor Farr and Councillor Clark on the sustainability that Mike has just explained, it just makes it all that better, all that more palatable. Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions to Mike. Just following on Councillor Collins' questions about winter control. Your response, Mike, $4.4 million over in 2013. Any read yet on the year-end deficit / surplus? Hopefully surplus. That comes out a bit later on in 2014, but any sense of how and I'll just be positive, perhaps the surplus will help us on the $4.4 million overrun? Mr. Chair.
So
Mayor.
through the Chair, so it is a bit early for us to make any forecasts with respect to our year-end. We were in the fall. We did report a $4.3 million deficit. That was our forecast in 2013, and that was prior to the start of the winter season. The impact that will have on our 2013 actuals, as well as prior to the ice storms in December of 2013. We are being cautiously optimistic that we will have a surplus. We would be hopeful to achieve a surplus, but again, it's early in the process. We will be reporting back, I expect, by the end of the first quarter of 2014 in terms of our year-end, but the events surrounding the ice storm and winter control may have an impact in terms of whether or not we have a surplus or deficit in 2013.
Thanks, Mike. Just on the Horizon dividend that we receive each year, just a reminder on how that came in this year. Any more information on that, if we're still anticipating more information, and how that affects the budget before us today, Mr. Mayor?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we budget, I believe, $7.2 million in terms of of a dividend, Horizon dividend, that is used to reduce the tax burden for Hamilton taxpayers. So that dividend, similar to assessment, is applied to reduce the tax burden. It's not applied to a specific program. In terms of 2013, the board, I believe, meets in February. So next month, they make a decision in terms of what the final dividend will be. We continue to assume about that $7 million amount. And going forward, I know that Horizon is putting forward an application in terms of rebasing their distribution rates, and the outcome of those deliberations at the Ontario Energy Board may have an impact on our dividend going forward, depending on what is approved relative to their application. But for budgeting purposes, we assume approximately $7 million in total.
Thanks, Mike. On the enhancements, Mr. Mayor, Mike, I noticed, just so I want clarity on this, I noticed that the contribution we make to HCCI, the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, which we've done for a number of years, and there's a $50,000 figure in there at the moment, that is then something we would still need to approve outside of what we have today, the 1.8%. I mean, it's $50,000, but nonetheless, that and perhaps a few others that are in there of that ilk are something that are still in front of us, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the enhancements are not captured in that 1.8% preliminary tax increase, and the expectation is around the budget process is that committee will still deliberate on the enhancements. There's both council-referred enhancements as well as some council-referred enhancements. There are some enhancements with a $0 net impact. So again, they form part of the appendix to your books, and they will be deliberated on, or their current schedule assumes they will be deliberated on after the departmental presentations.
Thanks, Mike. And my last question, Mr. Mayor, earlier we had a motion, a council motion, which spoke to a request to ask staff to come back with a 10-year transit strategy, transit service level improvement strategy, and I know Don and others are working on that, but there was a specific request to come back during the budget process with a $500,000 service level enhancement this year, and I didn't see that listed as an enhancement. Is that built into our budget? I know Don's working on it, and he has some specific ideas on which particular service areas would help the city from a transit perspective, but just wondering about the dollars and where they sit in terms of what you've talked about today, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mike.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe Jerry Davis is going to try to answer that question.
So, through the Mayor, the February 13th, we'll be bringing forward the report that addresses the council direction, and there's a range of options in that. So it's not in the base budget, but the council direction will be on February 13th. It is an enhancement. There's not a specific number because it could go from $0 up to $2 million, depending on how council wants to proceed with it. But there's a detailed report to address the service issues that were requested.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't listed in the enhancements page in the budget, Mike, probably because of the range, I guess, that Jerry indicated. Is that how we handled it?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, staff are just checking the book, but again, we'll ensure we'll review back if it was referred by council, we'll make the proper amendments to the discussions going forward in terms of council-referred enhancements.
Okay, great. That's my questions, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, and I was briefed recently by Land Ambulance, so there's a report coming up on enhancements for that. I'm assuming that's not in here either, since it hasn't gone in the standing committee. Can I just get...
Through you, Deputy Chair, that yes, that will be included in the presentation with the other enhancements that we talked about.
Okay, and that's going to the committee on which date? Do you remember, the standing committee?
My understanding, it's the GIC on February the 13th.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mike at this point? So motion to receive Mike's presentation. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Carried. Okay. And Carolyn's actually just stepped out to get batteries for the remote. It was slowing Mike down there on trying to change slides, so we'll get that done. So it's my understanding, following Carolyn's earlier instructions in front of me, is that we'll adjourn this particular meeting of GIC, and then we'll immediately reconvene to deal with the 014 departmental budgets, and we'll start with PW and move on to corporate services. So that's the instructions, and before we do that, Councillor Powers.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I had indicated a desire to offer the motion that, but I believe in view of this considerable number of enhancements that are not only council referrals but other staff referrals, I think they're worthy of consideration, and in a zest to move things forward in that, I'd still like to do that, but in fairness to all the deliberations, I think they should follow their course.
Thanks, Councillor Powers. Certainly 1.8% is inspiring, but more work to do. Thank you. So a motion to adjourn this meeting. Councillor Collins, Councillor Farr, all in favor, carried. And we'll just do a little shuffle here, I guess, and look for Carolyn to come back and reconvene in about 5 minutes or so. Thanks.
Yeah, 5.
Right here, 20.
So we're all set to reconvene our General Issues Committee meeting. So I'll call the meeting to order. This is 14-002B GIC now. And we'll once again say members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals in the media may also be audibly or visually recording this meeting. I would also remind the committee that we must be out of council chambers no later than 3 p.m. for council this evening. So that's our target this afternoon. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is one small change. If committee gets through all of the Public Works Department budget presentation today, they should consider discussion item 5.1 prior to commencing item 4.2, which is the Corporate Services Committee budget.
Thanks, Ida. And just a reminder, 5.1 is the 2014 capital budget request to a traffic management system, for a traffic management system, concerning the link, video detection, and intelligent transportation traffic signal communication system, which was a capital budget item. It was subject to a question, I think, by Councillor Collins at the time. We referred it back to staff for more questions, and there's a link, of course, to the operating budget. So if we're through all our presentation by Jerry, questions, that sort of thing, we'll move to 5.1 a little bit later in the afternoon. And I should mention as well that I guess lunch is coming about noon or so. Is the committee's interest in carrying on with the presentations, or do you want to see how we do and come back to that later on? Councillor Partridge, thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a meeting at 12 and a meeting at 1, just in my office with staff, so I'll be in and out during that time frame. Thank you. Okay.
Well, let's get through Jerry's presentation and see where we are at that point in time. No pressure, Jerry. So we need a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Collins, all in favor? Carried. And members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. And we'd like to call now on Jerry Davis, General Manager of Public Works. Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and welcome. First of all, I want to thank all the staff, and they're up there in the audience. I'd like to give a special acknowledgement to Blair Smith. Blair, if you could stand up. He is standing. Blair's last day is Friday, and so he's worked at Flamborough, Dundas, Hamilton, all over. So it's going to be a tough void to fill, but he'll be around, and I'm sure he'll consult for a very reasonable price. So let's start on the presentation. Again, so here's the agenda. I'm going to go through an overview, and then you have the divisions and the closing comments. It is a lengthy presentation. I believe it's over 120 slides, and I'll progress through the department overview, and then we'll have a discussion, the questions and that, before I turn it over. So the context is, and you've seen this, and you'll see this on all the slides from the various departments. It's the guiding principles, and it starts with obviously our vision, but the strategic plan is critical and fundamental for the department. Of all the tasks in there, we have a number of them, but again, this is something where there's collaboration amongst all the departments. We have to work closely together for it. We then have our departmental business plans, which were reviewed previously, and then we're right down to our operational plan, work plans, and then the annual budget, which is before you now. In looking at this, the vision, the strat plan, and then our business plan, but what's most important here is what I call the tactics, the bottom third of this slide. And here's the key services we provide, and we are very frontline services, and the winter maintenance has been a key idea of that. And Mike indicated that over this term, we've held the budget to where council has directed, but we have increased services. And I've highlighted roads and winter control. We've gone through the increased service level that was approved by council, and it's being delivered, and very successfully, I might add. Waste management, and there are no changes this year, so I know nobody wants to see a change in waste management. It's a 7-year contract. We're going into the 2nd year of that contract. Again, here's an area where we increase the service level for the community with the tags, and we also, we had a significant savings in last year's budget that, it's cumulative into this year. And then the other area is stormwater that I've highlighted, in that we've addressed flooding throughout the city. We still have some issues, but this is a key initiative, and we've addressed that, particularly in the lower city. So here's the organization. We have a total of 2,156 staff in Public Works. You can see the 6 directors on the far right, Hamilton Water, Dan McKinnon. That's the rate budget which has been approved, but again, it's part of the overall Public Works. And so excluding the Hamilton Water, we have a complement, same as 2014 as we did in 2013. There's been no changes at all throughout the program. And you'll see the Pan Am Initiatives Office is in reports on the sponsor, the SMT sponsor, so it's out of my office for the games. So the major challenges, now I'm not going to go through all of these, but one of the key is, the first one we put up there in working with our DMT is the program contingency response capacity, and nothing has been more prevalent than in the last month with the issues that have been going on. We've set up a separate EOC for Public Works to coincide with the corporate one. AODA, we have that there. Mike talked about the reserves, the commodity markets volatility. We used reserve funding last year to subsidize or to stabilize it. That reserve funding is not included this year, as Mike indicated. The effective programming and delivery area rating-based projects, we're working with the councillors. This is, synergies that we're putting together. Gary Moore's group is working on this. And then there's a number of them there. One of the key is the staff succession. We have the aging workforce, and we're working on a plan with HR and SMT and how we're going to address the Blair Smiths of the world who are leaving us. Oops. So our 2013 highlights, again, we continue to process 44,800 tons, and our diversion target per our strategic plan is 65%. We're striving towards that. One of the significant things here is the Randall Reef project, a major project for the department, in that it's the senior levels of government and the agencies and private industry have come together for the $140 million project. The cumulative net energy savings, Jeff Lupton's office, this is net, because we do fund, this is a case where we fund some staff from a reserve from the savings we generate, but it's generated $28 million in savings. The trees are very critical after the storm. We have in excess of 9,000 calls in 2013, and it's towards 3 or 4 in 2014. So we're planning 6,000, but the canopy has decreased significantly. We have to work on that. And then the last one, the conversion of the McNabb Street. Again, this is the North End Traffic Neighborhood Plan that has been very successful. And when you go down there, the signs are it's a child and family friendly neighborhood, and it's been a very successful program for the transportation division and traffic. Some of the key other highlights, the Transcab pilot that's in Bimbrook. Again, the harbor is on here as the Pan Am Stadium. These are ongoing projects that are progressing, and they're going to be great for the community once they, the harbor's cleaned up, as well as we host the Pan Am Games. There's the projects and the capital budget. We hear loud and clear that we get the budget approved, get out there, get them delivered. We do feel we have on the right of way approximately an 80% completion rate. And just here some of the key projects that we delivered in the last year. The Fleet Services Review, again, the Service Delivery Review, this is being finalized by KPMG. It will be coming back to SMT and then on to the committee. This is an area where we have issues regarding the fleet, and some of our driving factors are fleet costs, so this will help address that. There's the contribution to reserve that's required for fleet replacement, as well as it's an area where we have internal and external services, and we have contractual increases. The substantial completion at the wastewater treatment plant, huge project. Again, and a number of departments are involved assisting Hamilton Water. And again, council approved the rate budget, and that's for public works. Again, that's an additional $400 to $500 million in capital. One of the key things we're doing, is the leadership and governance, is the cutting edge of leadership. And what this is, it's a step for frontline and middle managers in addressing leadership skills and working with their staff. It's probably 10% of any manager's requirement in training, but it's a very positive program. We presently have 90 staff going through this, and it's conducted in-house. So the cost is very minimal. We're maximizing our resources. The cultural pillars, as for the whole city, Public Works, we've been at this now for a year. It's a 5-year plan, and this is rolling out very well across the department. Leadership and governance, this year you approved 2 key transportation, the Rapid Ready program, and the pedestrian mobility plan for the complete streets. And so this is, again, in the transportation section. This is a leading document, similar to our asset management program. This pedestrian mobility plan will be a template for a lot of municipalities that have the same characteristics as Hamilton. We've updated all our service profiles to ensure the delivery services that we're responsible for the department are out there. And again, we're working with the web redevelopment. This is very critical for the city, and we've dedicated resources in-house to assist with the overall team. And then 2014, again, it's complete the Pan Am Stadium. It's coming along. This weather doesn't help, but they're working inside where they can. The multimodal transportation with Maw College, we finally signed an agreement that's going. So you'll see on West 5th and Fennel, in that area, the renovations will be taking place for the buses, which will assist both it'll get the buses out of the college, and will also assist the development across the street that's recently opened. There's a park and ride facility at Mountain Transit, which again is a quick wins, and that's being completed. And then there's a number of the Scott Park Recreation and Senior Center. That as that moves forward, that'll come under the Rome D'Angelo, John Maters area for construction. And then the POA office, again, that was recently approved by council, moving across. The school board site acquisition, again, that's working with the councilors as the properties become available. The valued and sustainable services, again, I talked about these, but one of the key ones is a flooding master plan. We've addressed significant issues, but again, with weather patterns, this is critical for the community. And then leadership and governance, continue the training of our supervisory staff, because the younger staff, as they want to move up in the organization. The service delivery review, it's part of our annual mandate in going through the services that were identified, and again, the web redevelopment. So this is the service delivery profiles that were part of the service delivery review, and they're in the key categories: environmental management, transportation, the corporate services, and leisure and recreation. And these are all the functions with the public works we align into the specific service profiles. So here's the high level. Right now, the gross expenditures for the department are at $287.5 million. We have revenues at 84.7. So our expenditures, and I'll go through them, have increased at 3.4%, and I'll go through them in detail with you. And then our revenues have only gone up 1.2%. And I'll explain what that anomaly is because of it's really the HSR program. So we're at 4.3 net, as Mike indicated, which makes up part of the overall 1.8. So the gross expenditures, and this slide, rather than repeat it every time in each of the divisional budgets that you're going to see, I'll go through it. I'll give you a bit of an overview on it, and because that may be where the questions will be. The employee-related costs, again, this is the collective bargaining agreement and the merit increases, and the factors that Mike talked about, OMERS, and benefits. We have some work accommodation costs. The other big factor is vehicle expenses, and again, we are making a contribution for the overall vehicle charge. The reserve isn't sufficient, so that's one of the main driving factors in there. Also, the fuel increases in there, which is primarily in the transit portfolio. The next big one, the building and grounds has gone down because of we were able to reduce some of our contractual costs out of the building and ground. One of the things that Mike identified in the savings is in this building here, we were able to get out of a $100,000 a year contract and brought that in-house with our staff. Contractual is large, and the biggest one in here is the winter is part of this program. Again, winter is up $1.3 million. Our overall building contracts that we have for all our facilities have a CPI indexing in them. We also have the darts, for instance, the contract for that is in here. It's $330,000. Taxi contracts for the various services we're providing is approximately $352,000. So we have the detailed breakdown of all the items. Cost allocations. This issue is, reserves and recoveries. This is a case where in here we have the $750,000 for the debt payment for the stadium as an expense. We also, in the revenues, we have a $750 revenue, which is coming from the Tiger Cats. So they offset. So this is the gross budget. That's the main driving factor. The cost allocations, we've increased. What we had done over the years is we were charging water, the rates more than we should have, and it's all public works, so the levy has to now pick up their proportionate share of that program. Oh, I didn't go to the next slide, but there's sorry, I should have put that up. On this slide, the fifth item, the transit fleet reserve, we moved the Ontario bus replacement program. We took the provincial gas tax that we were using for capital, and we put that into the operating. And what we said is we would, over 8 years, we contribute $450,000, an increase it each year to offset that. So we increased the transit service level, and this is the contribution. Gross revenues, again, here we have, they're going up 1.2%. And the key here is that you can see the fees in general, our base is $66 million in revenues. And the biggest part of that is the transit fares, which there's no increase in this budget. I'll just go through something. Really? Okay, so here's the major cost drivers for revenues. The Tim Hortons Field, we have the expense of $750. This is the offset of $750. The rental for the McMaster lease this year. Central composting facilities revenue, where we put a contribution to a reserve for the facility for future replacement. We have a transit fare revenue. That $132,000 is simply the a minor increase in ridership. No fare increase is in this budget. And then the next items are the ones that Mike was talking about. Last year, we took $890,000 out of the commodities reserve because revenues were down. We're not taking it this year. We took $300,000 from the energy reserve because of the street lighting impact, increase in rates. And part of, we were able to, Gary Moore and Gord McGuire negotiated, they went through the billing system, and we were able to hold the cost for there's a 6% increase in energy. We were able to hold it this year. So we don't need the $300,000 from reserve. Gas tax funding, again, the pie is one size. Our share of that pie is decreasing. We're estimating we'll get $200,000 less this year from as our share. But in our enhancements, as Councillor McCaddy indicated, we have a proposal for transit service enhancements coming. And the Hamilton Renewable Power Inc., the dividend reduction, this is the final year of a 5-year. We phased it out. So these are all, again, the major, 890, the 300, and the 100 are all reserve contributions that we are no longer going to rely on. So we have a net overall of 4.3%. And then we have this is per the page 124 in your budget book. This is the format for the overall departments within our divisions within Public Works, how each one, the net levy impacts the overall 4.3. Base budget savings, Mike talked about this. The efficiencies of $100,000 built in is the maintenance contract for this building. We brought it in-house. Ridership increase of $127,000 in transit. Again, not a fair increase. The cost of the $3,019,000, what we've done there, the primary one is we're delaying the bus purchase because of the fleet is in good shape, so we can hold off. The other side of that is looking at going back to natural gas versus diesel. And then the AODA for the ridership program, based on how it's progressing, we're going to have to increase the AODA funding. We don't need it for this year. The program, there's sufficient funds, so we don't have to increase it. Again, this is the asset growth, and again, year over year, and what you have here is, when a new subdivision takes place, we get roads, we get catch basins, we get street lights that we have to maintain. So, we're maintaining at the, as they come over, and these are part of the capital program, and it's the incremental operating cost that Mike had referred to. So this is just an information slide we provide every year. Just a bit of additional information. This is asked, how do we fund our 2,156 employees in Public Works? You can see that 78% are funded from the levy. 256 employees are funded from the rate program, and Dan McKinnon presented his Hamilton water budget. 212 employees are funded from the capital. This is primarily the engineering services, Gary Moore's section. And then we have 8 employees we fund from reserves, and this is in Jeff Lupton's area for the energy. And we also were able to use, because of the red light camera and the significant increase, there's provision in the guidelines that we could use that, so very minimal. This is the vacancies as of December 31st. We presently have 80 in the department, which is 4.3%, and which is on average year over year is what we have with the turnover. There's a footnote in operations there. We still are in arbitration regarding the people that were in the asphalt division. So that's the overall FTEs. And so that concludes my presentation, and based on the receipt of Mike's and Chris's presentation, we still would have about another 80 slides to go, but if you would like to approve it, or I can have the directors, they're here to come down and present it. So I'm just offering that up because of the time in that, and I know Mike wants to get his budget done today as well. So that's just an offer to the committee.
Thanks, Jerry. So just before we take questions on Jerry's presentation, I wanted to check in with committee whether they would like to have the various sections of Public Works present on their budget as well. Councillor Clark, thoughts on that?
Thank you. I can only speak for myself, but I might suggest that given the package that we have, we may have individual questions about different sections. I'm not sure whether or not we need to go through a formal presentation on each of those sections. If we could just narrow it into questions for clarification or some more in-depth discussions, it might speed things up a little bit, but I'll leave it to my colleagues.
Okay, so we have the slides in front of us. We could look through the slides or various questions that we put to Jerry. Jerry can engage his folks as well. Councillor Collins, do you have a view on you just want me to speaking list? Okay, well, let's go through the questions for Jerry and see how that goes. And then we can play it by ear from there. So I've got Councillor Jackson beginning, followed by Councillor Collins.
So thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and General Manager Davis, thank you. So some of my questions, Jerry, might end up going into what would have been your director's slide presentation. So forgive me for that, because I just think the community, at least my community, my constituents, need to hear about the ongoing service provided by your department, which is enormous across many sections, as well as for the 4.3%, Jerry, if you could just put that slide back up, that shows your overall request of your budget, the 4.3% that you're asking for. That, of course, is part of the global 1.8. So, and I've always said, Mr. Deputy Mayor, before I get to some questions and updates from Jerry, I've always said that between Public Works, Recreation, probably two of our most visible departments that our community comes to expect and rely on and depend on for services to be available as quickly as possible, given normal circumstances or given crises that we may go through, like we've recently done with the ice storm. So, Jerry, can you give me some handle, please, on, and forgive me now, if you need to call upon your directors, please do so, since we're not going to formally go through the slides. Cleaning of catch basins. Can you give me some handle? It's been last several years we've asked for an increased level of maintenance given the flooding of the past and sometimes with the catch basins being an issue of not having proper maintenance on a regular basis. Give me some handle, if you can, Jerry, please, on how the maintenance of that program is going across the city, please. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the cleaning of catch basins, we have an annual program. What we did over the last 2 years, because Council improved an annual one-time allocation where we cleaned every catch basin within the last 2 years. When we come on February the 13th, we have an ask for the catch basin maintenance, because it's not, we do it in our maintenance budget, but we don't have sufficient funds to do half of the inventory on an annual basis. We have done it through capital, so that's one of the enhancements. But because we were able to do all of them the last 2 years, and we know the problem areas in the city, especially when we have a storm event, we're able to respond to it. So we're definitely on top of it, and it's been very successful.
Okay, Jerry, appreciate that. Could you quickly go to slide 6, Jerry? Just quickly go back there, and some more of my questions will pertain to that slide. Thank you. Okay, legislative implementation of Accessibility Act. Some of us have argued repeatedly it's nice for the province in a motherhood way to announce all this, but potentially to do this right across the whole city and every single square foot of this city could potentially bankrupt a city without senior level government help. Any handle, Jerry, on where the province stands in terms of funding and your department's request possibly to the province on the AODA and or timeframes? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, please.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the AODA, there's a number of issues on this. First, we have it here because with the the paratransit service, the DART service, in providing it. So we've met that requirement. Council has approved a 5-year plan, which was significant money. I believe it was upwards of $5 million, and we're phasing it in. This year, because of the response in 2013, we don't need to add it again, but it will be in the future. So that's on the transportation. The other one is on the built form for the community, and they have those guidelines. When we build new or we rebuild, where we can, we try to ensure that we're meeting those guidelines. And we work closely with Jane Lee's group on that, and it's in our barrier-free design guidelines. So I think at the time, if we were to go and do every piece of infrastructure, it was in the millions. And it's understandable that as we go through the city, we will do it. Hitting the overall, what the AODA would be totally compliant with, it's in the tens of 20s of years, and it's millions of dollars. But as part of our capital program, it makes sense to sidewalks, for instance, we ensure that we're including the width and the urban braille as required for the program.
So Jerry, with your counterparts, other general managers, obviously AODA affects all municipalities across the province. Any chit-chats with them in terms of some form of collaborative request to the province on behalf of the municipalities in terms of funding? I hear everything you've explained. I accept that. Where you can, you try. But the funding issue is my big one, and I know it might end up being political, but just through your counterparts, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Jerry, maybe for a comment?
So through the chair, I sit on the Regional Public Works Commissioners of Ontario. It's a group we meet every quarter, similar to the planners do, that Mike would do with the chief financial officers. We've brought this issue up. We have a person that that we pay a fee. Each city pays a fee, and we have somebody who monitors the province, sends it. We collectively write letters and send it in. We do it for everything. The most recent one is development charges. Development charges aren't covering the costs of development. The other one would be in waste management, the fees. So we've done that with AODA. We did that probably 3-4 years ago, and we continue to monitor it. There is no money coming, I guess, for lack of a better term, other than that we're provided the guidelines, and we have to follow the guidelines as legislated, and we ensure that we're not when we do a project, we're meeting it. So the intent and the spirit is definitely there in all municipalities, but the funding and requests hasn't come down.
Thanks, Jerry. And maybe that's something, of course, if we haven't already, Mr. Deputy Mayor, added it to our shopping list for the province with our Fairness Committee. It's something we need to ensure is there. Jerry, your third bullet point, can't think of a finer manager than Rob Gatto, who's done an outstanding job with our 2 golf courses. You talk about a new business model. I thought that they were profitable. I know Rob and our city have won awards, I believe, especially at King's Forest in golf magazines for the feedback we've had from tournaments and players and other comparative golf courses municipally run. So can you maybe just give me a little handle on what you mean by that bullet point through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, please?
Well, through the chair, this is probably why I have the best job in the city, and the golf courses are now under me, and I love golf. There was a 10-year plan approved by council. We're going into the 8th year, so Rome, D'Angelo, John Mader, and Rob are working on what will be the next business plan. So that will come back to council, but because the 10-year was approved, we will be back before you, with what the next phase should be, and they have done a fabulous job, especially the King's Forest, and then Shadok. I think the Martin course was devastated in the July 19th storm. They cleaned it up, and we had the guys down at that yard. We gave them some passes to go golfing because they did such a great job. So that will come back to council. We're following the 10-year plan that was approved, but it is something. Let's look at it and get ahead of it before it's up.
Okay, thank you. Emerald Ash Borer Program, staying within budget. I know you're sweeping through the city as you're going piece by piece, ward by ward, and so just, again, part of your 4.3% increase you're asking for overall. Just some handle, a quick summary on that, update?
So on the Emerald Ash Borer, we're in the second year. Council approved a $25 million program over 10 years. And I think, when we presented it, Craig Murdoch and company and council looked at it, we left a lot of flexibility in how we'll deliver this program because it is new. We are treating trees. We do have to take some down. But all the funding is through the capital. So we haven't increased the operating budget for Emerald Ash Borer. The money that we received this year, we didn't need the full amount because we had favorable contracts. So it's all funded through the capital. And again, that is something where we'll continue to come back because there's certain, it was the tree of choice because of its durability at the time. And this is right across, Ontario, North America. But I think our plan right now, I think very strategic by council in that, we're going to treat trees. If it's very successful, we can continue to do it. And we've done a balance for replacement and treating. And, there's so much flexibility in it. If the new technology to address it, the WASP, that, the Food and Drug Administration could introduce to the environment might help. If that works, then we can change where we're going to go with it. So we have a good funding in place. We have a good program in addressing it, but we're very flexible. Any new technology or something comes up, we can adapt very quickly for it.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I appreciate you indulging me because we're not doing the slides, so I'm doing this as if the slides had come up. So thank you. Just 2 or 3 more quick questions, and just trying to always justify to my constituents with the great service Public Works provide, the 4.3 you want, I want to make sure that they're seeing the service that they're paying for. Winter snow clearing, Jerry, did I hear you say that how much you've used so far and how much is left in the reserve, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Jerry?
So in the winter reserve, this year, as I mentioned, we have about a $4 million deficit. 2013, a $4 million deficit. Questions were asked, what's 2014? It's been abnormal, but it's still very, it's just January, so we'd wait to forecast that. What council did is in 3-4 years ago, we had a very favorable surplus of about $5 or $6 million, and we transferred that to a reserve. So we have a healthy reserve. $7.4 million is in the winter maintenance reserve, and there's to access that, Mike has in the corporate and financial policies how we would have to go if we needed to draw down on that. So that what's happened, and if we need it. Great planning in setting that money aside. So if there was going to be a deficit, the finance guys would go through the books to determine if they'd have to go to it or not. But it is a great nest egg to have in the event for the type of weather we've had and the impact on the community.
Well, Jerry, between yourself and Councillor Collins, he was ahead of his time in terms of the last number of years, saying let's build up a winter snow clearing operational reserve, and so you're saying it's healthy, 7.4 mil, and boy, are we ever going to need it this year, and we probably still have a good couple of months in front of us with this old-fashioned, traditional, frigid Canadian winter.
And just through the chair, so we talked to other municipalities, and so when it was established, it was a 25% of the annual operating budget. So the budget is going to be around $25 million in 2014. We're at $7 million, so we're doing a little better. But it's earned interest because we haven't, in the last 2-3 years, it earns interest because we haven't accessed it.
When we talk about saving for a rainy day, that axiom of life is really applied on this one. 2 more quick questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Tree removal, felled branches, update from the ice storm for all members of GIC and those listening on live stream. Again, status, I think you mentioned at Public Works, Jerry, hopeful by end of March, but there's many streets, neighborhoods in my area. They're patient. But they just want some indication as to, city, you're not forgetting us, you're not ignoring us. December 22nd now, a month and a half later, you're still going to get to us, Councillor Jackson. So maybe an update on that, Jerry, please.
And through the chair, we'll send another update out Friday morning. We sent one last week. And what we've done is we're picking everything up. So everything that's being put at the curb, if we can put it in the packers and it's safe, we're doing that. Again, that's the bundles of about 4 foot, and tie them, because even when they're loose, you put them in the packer, that's, the branch snaps and it's dangerous. I was at the waste operations last week. So that's one of the issues. And, health and safety is critical. But I think what we've said in last Friday is, over the next 8 weeks, bring it out. Because we've gone down, and I use the example of East 36th Street. We went down that street, we cleared it, the next week there was more branches out there. And so as long as council and the community understands, we will get it all done. We know we'll have to go back down streets because somebody maybe didn't pull it out, but we want to cap it. This is our thinking for over the next 8 weeks. Get it out there. We will address it. The crews will pick it up. They'll chip it. And we know that it's material from not just the city tree, but on the property. So bring it to the front yard, and we will take care of it. So we have 8 weeks. So we're counting down just to prompt people that they do it. That is something that will. If we get another major ice storm, we'll revisit that. But that's the intent. And that would bring us to the end of March, which is our target to get this cleaned up.
By the way, Mike McNamara and his entire forestry division have been incredibly responsive, and I want to say that sincerely. They've been available, and when I brought a dangerous situation of where maybe a street or a particular location has been missed and it's dangerous, they've responded to it immediately, which I've appreciated. Last question on service, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Sherry, I'm getting more and more complaints, and I know we can't do anything right now in the bitter cold, of street markings, paintings of the lines on the roads. I think, if I recall, provincial legislation came in a few years ago telling municipalities they couldn't use the old-fashioned paint that they used, and so that we had to go to some kind of a watered-down paint, whatever it is, that doesn't last. We're repeatedly spending more money to go out there, apply more often, and I'm hearing more and more complaints from my constituents. The difficulty of negotiating lanes down roads because they're faded. The lines are, the passing lanes, the middle line are fading. They're just dissipating away. So, Jerry, between you, Martin White, your manager of that area, any plan of action in that regard? And if it's just my area, then so be it. I'll work with the department. But I'm hearing more and more complaints on this. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Jerry for a comment.
Through the chair, it is a problem across the city. The material we're using, there's two things. One, it's not as durable, and second, you have to apply it at a certain temperature, or it won't adhere. There is other options. I'm going to say, maybe John, do you want to talk about John Mader, if you don't mind? He could.
Yeah, please, John.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, it is a problem. The paint that we use these days is a water-based paint. It used to be an oil-based paint, which had better adherence qualities and so forth, lasted longer, and just was a better application for traffic. So we use a water-based paint these days. It doesn't adhere as well in cold temperatures. We're not able to get out there as much, even when we do get out. We have in the past, we'd apply oil-based paints right up into almost freezing temperatures. We can't do that anymore. So the season gets shortened a bit. We don't get as many applications on. What we are doing where we can, though, is going to durable markings. You've seen some of those in the last year, particularly our transverse markings for crosswalks and things like that. We're trying to gradually, within our operating budget, move to that sort of a marking that will not only provide a better marking from a safety perspective, but it will ease ultimately the pressure on the operating budget. So we're trying to move to those things where we can and address it in that way. And if there are specific areas or locations, just please let me know, and we'll do our best to address them.
Thanks so much, John. I appreciate that, because, folks, this is about not just cost, about reapplications and having to do it more often, but more importantly about safety. And when people are having difficulty negotiating the lanes and the line markings, we've got a potential serious problem and possible liability to the municipality. So, John, maybe you can just provide whatever further update you can as you're working on different products and that down the line. Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. And Councillor Powers, did you want to add to that particular item?
Just on the last one, there is a collective amongst the various provincial and territorial associations, FCM, and in our case, AMO, to develop an evidence-based response to the application that was imposed upon it. We're one of the few jurisdictions in all of Canada that has this. So on principle, it was the right reasons. The fact that you're having to do it more and more often, you lose those advantages. So we're developing an evidence-based approach that we will make the overtures to not only the federal government, the transportation divisions, but obviously the various provincial and territorial governments so it's on the agenda, certainly in the case of AMO, I know for sure, and it's an item that's being discussed under the highways discussions at FCM, sir.
Thank you very much, President Powers. Encouraging to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I just go down my list here. I've got Councillor Collins, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Farr, and then Councillor Pearson. So to Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Jerry, as always, very informative and a great presentation, a lot of information there. I think the pressing question, and not to create any controversy, but for a lot of us, the pressing question is, do we have anything within that $290 million to take down the Christmas tree out front of City Hall?
So Mike McNamara.
No, I know the answer to that question. Sorry. Jerry, in all seriousness, as you know, and you've been through most of the standing committees and GIC meetings, absenteeism has been a huge issue for us in terms of one of our corporate goals. It is part of the strategic plan and the service delivery review that we're undertaking. It's seen as one of the top priorities, I think, for council. Can I get some understanding, because it's not in, I didn't see it at least in the package that's been presented, in terms of public works, and I don't have the averages in front of me, so I don't know corporately how you're faring, and you do have probably the biggest area of the organization and a lot of outside workers, which those numbers might be higher when you look at outside versus inside. But in terms of absenteeism, can you give us a snapshot in terms of what 214 looks like for public works?
Through the chair, thank you. Just in follow-up, so for 2013, and I'll put it, I have the 2,100 employees for public works. I had 765 employees, 35%, who had no days off. I had 738 employees, another 35%, who had less than 5 days. I had 298 employees, 14%, who had between 6 to 10 days. All those employees represent 22% of my absences in public works. So I have 356 employees, or 16%, that represent 78% of my absences, which are 10 days, greater than 10 days. So the message is we have, 85% employees that they're not perfect. People get sick, things come up. So it's a good, that area is positive. So I have to work on the other 16%, which represents 80%. And, we can get further breakdowns for that. Some people are off on long-term disability. They're part of that. Extended illnesses. But we do, and we're working closely with Human Resources on the return to work to address those issues. How do we get the people, and I want to be polite, how do we get them back into work? What do we have to do for that? So it's a very defined, and it's large, it's not chronic, and then, in public works, that 85%, I've been going to the yards. I went to every yard last week, I've been going this week. The guys are doing a great job on all the services. So, and that's a great question. Thank you.
No, that's terrific, and it makes me so pleased to know that you have actually come with very detailed information. So I know, and we know collectively, that the fact that you have those statistics in front of you shows that it's on the radar screen. And we've been given that assurance, I know, by SMT and by Mr. Murray, but of all the times in terms of for us to deal with it, budget is an appropriate time, because, as we know, we're spending millions of dollars on the 10 to 15% category. Councillor Duvall had asked whether WSIB is included in those numbers.
I believe it is, but I have the data, and I got this last week, and I can send this all out to committee. I think that, and I can verify, because I want to make sure if WSIB is in there, that's very important, because that should be pulled out, and I can do that. So this is a snapshot. I know that WSIB, I have 80 employees. in Public Works and WSIB at the end of December 31st, 2013. I'll get all that number.
And so to be clear then, Jerry, obviously it's on the radar screen. The plan for 2014 is then to further break down those statistics and start to deal with let's say it's the 10% of the workforce that are above the corporate average. And you would work collectively with other departments, or is that something that PW takes on its own because you have your own specific workforce?
No, we at SMT, we all have this problem, and I'm sure everyone's going to break it down if they haven't. I've just created more work for them. But it's something that one of the things in here, we have the cutting edge of leadership. Our supervisors, our front line, have to be there to address the performance or the absenteeism issue, just like we have to with our directors and managers. So it is, it's first and foremost. It's a significant cost. If the people are here, because what happens when someone's off, if a garbage collector is off, we have to put somebody in. So I'm paying them to be home, and I'm paying someone to come in overtime. So there's my real savings in tangible dollars that I can prove by going through this. And I don't want to pick on waste. That's just, I can't tell you that the garbage truck isn't coming down your street today. You'd frown on that very much. So, it's issues. Same as snow removal. We have to be out there. And, recreation, I'm not, Joanne and Vicki have the same thing with pools, I'm sure. So it's those frontline people where if we can get them in there or help them, whatever the issue is, it cuts down the supplementary cost for overtime.
That's great. Jerry, in terms of the corporate assets, and as you know, some of our corporate assets are actually liabilities. We were recently dealing with the courthouse, and we're forced to invest a lot of money into a building, an aging building that needs a lot of work, but we have no other choice. And as we all know, that it was the cheapest option we adopted not too long ago, related to the termination of the lease at the John Sapinka Courthouse. And so there's an example, though, I think if you were to look back maybe 2 or 3 years ago, outside of this lease issue that we've run into recently, where you'd probably look at that building and say it has value, but it may not have any corporate value. And I think that's why council at one point in time looked at actually disposing of the property and giving it up either to the private sector or another public entity. There are other buildings, though, that are like that, and I know that, or may fall into the same category. I know that we had a discussion the other day. Staff are looking at disposing of possibly the properties that the Sheridan and Jackson Square sit on, and so I know there's an internal committee that Bill Farkas and others are dealing with that issue. Are there others within corporate facilities that council can look at in terms of may fall into one or both of those categories? Maybe there may be long-term leases. There may be buildings that are underutilized. How can we get a list of those facilities that may not have any corporate value in terms of operational sense, but may have private sector value in terms of their real estate holdings?
So through the chair, one of the benefits we did this year is we consolidated the facilities, the community and the corporate. And so Rome DeAngelo's group, Marnie Clucky, John Mayer, they're working on that. We have buildings that we utilize, but they're underutilized. So we can't either rent them out or they're not being utilized by city staff. And it could be the location or whatever. So part of the mandate for facilities in Rome and Marnie's areas is bring that forward. So is there any low-hanging fruit? And the other side of that is that if it's a limit of a building, if it's a dog and we have to pump so much money into it, that could be how do we relocate the people, whether it's a tenant or whether it's our own staff. So that's part of the overall portfolio or mandate for Rome because, I went here, I think we have like 500 we have 7 million, over 7 million square feet, which is probably over, where's Rome? Oh, yeah, over 500 facilities, so maybe he could give you a little more information.
Through the Deputy Chair. Since we consolidated all the facilities under my direction, we have 510 facilities, 7.5 million square feet of space. So just to put that in perspective, that's equivalent to having 47 city halls. That's your 7.5 million. There's $1.5 billion in assets. So are there opportunities? Absolutely, there are opportunities, and through my team, we're looking at what those low-hanging fruits are and developing a list.
Well, thanks for that, and there should be opportunities as well to make better use of some of our space. And I raised during our last budget year the whole opportunity of, we know housing as a, for instance, when I sat on the housing board, they're looking for land. They have no land to build new units. The fact that we have as many buildings as Rome just mentioned, and that means obviously by extension we have that many properties. There's airspace above some of our rec centers, our libraries, and other corporate buildings. There should be dual use, or in some cases more than two uses on some of these properties. And for whatever reason, we've built single-use buildings in the past. So I'm glad to hear we're taking a more global approach to it, and there's one department in charge. But I think we need a plan that seeks to address the opportunities that exist to merge some of our departments or corporate entities. Housing's the first one that comes to mind. It's an arm's length organization with the city, and we should be working with them and others to make these partnerships work. And I know we've done it with our libraries before, with the school board and others, but I think there's still more out there. In terms of what's coming in 2014, I know, as I said, we're looking at Jackson Square and we're looking at the Sheridan. The Lister facility has that, the advertisement on the bottom that private entity is coming soon. How are we faring with the Lister and its vacant space within that building?
Gary?
So the chair, I know that the restaurant, I don't know the timeline, but you have two things there with the Lister as part of the overall program. So we've the first floor has been, the first floor is all leased out, it's just not open. I think the rest of the floor is completely occupied by city staff. The other thing is the vacant lot beside it, and part of the original deal with Leon building that, we've withheld, Mike, I think it's $1 million been withheld. They have to generate that. So, that still has to happen. Now, the tenant on the bottom floor, is that what, Rome? Do you know when that would be?
Rome?
Through the chair. Yeah, the restaurant we're targeting, and I just had a schedule this morning. It looks like we're targeting the end of February, March, but the individual that's running that restaurant's run into some challenges with the heritage elements, the ducking of the HVAC system, so he's doing his due diligence at this point in time, but he has had some challenges.
Councillor?
Okay, well, that's a good update. In terms of the, I'll switch gears now to transit, and we had our Rapid Ready report that was submitted that provided us a snapshot of all of the projects that are on the horizon as it relates to increasing public transit, increasing the numbers on our conventional transit system, and also leading us up to maybe another system that may complement the conventional transit system in the future, whether it's LRT, bus rapid transit, or something different by the time we reach the George Jetson years. In terms of what the plan is, though, I don't believe, and it's been a while since I've read that report, that we have anything that suggests that we have a financing plan to attach to those service enhancements. And so just as we were looking at one day the perimeter road through our transportation system network locally, that Rapid Ready system almost has the same concept for our conventional transit system. And one of the issues that we've always harped on and we've looked at as a priority, especially our mountain councillors, is that A-line between the mountain and the lower city. And I wonder what's in the budget, either this year or in future years, as part of a financing plan that seeks to give council an idea as to, it's a master plan that's in place and it's a wish list, but I don't think there are any resources yet identified to say, here's when we can expect to see the A-line and its operation. Here's when we can expect to see that express service along Rymel and down Centennial at some point in time, almost creating that ring around the city. Right now, it's working very well on the B-line, but you'd be hard-pressed to, I think, identify another route beyond that King-Queenston corridor that gives us the numbers that we had all hoped for across the system. So my question would be, what's our plan in terms of its implementation, and have we debated, either in Public Works or Finance, the finances associated with its implementation?
So through the chair, I'll start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Don. We, one of the things that we're able to do, and it's on the A line, is the work that we're going to be doing at the Mohawk College, and in the, it's not a multimodal building, but it's going to be a significant transit enhancement there. We have on February 13th, we have a report coming to address service levels, but specific to the questions, I'm going to defer to Don to answer on the financing and the long-term plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have two outstanding directions from Council. One is to bring forward a 24-14 service enhancement plan. It's a fairly modest increase, and we're bringing forward a plan based on Council's direction of what would we do with between 500,000 and 1.5 million, and that will be those options will be presented to Council on February the 14th, as well as some potential funding options to fund those enhancements over and above coming from the levy. As I think more importantly, as Councillor Collins has pointed out, is the second direction is that we bring in a longer-term financing plan, and that's the second direction of Council. And in the course of 2014, we'll be bringing forward the second a report to address the second direction of Council, and that's a transit growth and financing plan for the period 2015 to 2020. And that's when we get into the serious consideration of implementation of the Rapid Ready report and monies that are many multiples of millions of dollars. I think Rapid Ready suggested something in the order of $20 million investments. So we'll essentially have an incremental adjustment report, or an incremental report for 2014, and then but the really comprehensive report will be the 2015 to 2020 report. What is recommended, in what order it's recommended, and what the financing strategy might be for those recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that detailed information, Don. And through you, Mr. Chairman, then, Don, the $20 million that you referenced, that would be an annual contribution that Council could contemplate in the order of, again, we're through budget now, so to equate it to maybe a 3+% tax increase, is that what we're looking at for transit in terms of implementing that Rapid Ready? I know it's not in front of us now, but that $20 million that you referenced is an annual number?
Yes, thank you for clarifying that through the chair. That is the operating portion that I'm making reference to. The capital obviously would be another consideration. We're a little better equipped on the capital side, but what we have some potential to attract funding from the provincial and federal governments. The real challenge is on the operating, and the $20 million I referred to was on the operating. And our expectation is that that would come from the municipal levy, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Don. And through you, Mr. Chairman, then that A line that we've constantly referenced as seen as the next step in Rapid Ready, the most logical service enhancement to put into place. Is it part of our 214 enhancements? I haven't reached that point in the budget books if it's included in there, or is it part of that 215, 220 plan?
The A-line is in fact included in the 2014 as an option. It's not the recommended option, but it is included in the report as an option for Council to consider.
And that comes in February?
February the 13th, Mr. Chair.
And its cost is?
I don't have off the top of my mind. If you haven't already received the report, you'll be receiving it shortly. I know you'll be receiving it in advance of February the 13th.
Okay. I think that's it for now in terms of my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to staff for their answers.
Thanks, Councillor Collins. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Jerry, can you please go back to slide number 5? Thank you. One of the things under your purview is the Pan Am initiatives. There's been a lot of publicity, a lot of media attention on the state of the budget, state of the timeline. Can you comment on that for me, please?
Through the chair, they've gone under significant restructuring. The CEO has changed out. I know our specific two key areas. One, the stadium. We're working on that. It has, we had a subcommittee meeting last week. It's a challenge, but they're pushing for the June 30th completion date. The other component is the actual when we have the games here. So I'll call it the municipal forum. We're working on that. Coralie Secor and Greg Maychuk are instrumental in that as well. The other item that was an issue, and I haven't seen the final document, is transportation. It was told at the time it's 100% Pan Am. They had this last mile discussion, meaning who's going to pick up the last mile, getting them in, and collectively, all the municipalities have said we're not. I told them I'm not coming back to my council asking for money for transportation. It was, that was part of the deal. So they're the different components going on. Now, operating the games and all that, I'm not privy to that. I don't, and my concern is getting that stadium built, because we have a commercial agreement we want to get going with. We have to deliver the games as well as with the Tiger Cats. So, but the overall hosting and the issues going on, I think they're having trouble. Obviously, with changing out the CEO would indicate that, but I haven't. I'm not part of the process up there.
Okay, so to be clear for the folks at home, the Pan Am Stadium, is it on schedule? Is it ready? Do you feel that the June 30th date is attainable?
My personal opinion, they have a mitigation schedule. They're going to go to 2 shifts starting next week, or February next week. They came to our subcommittee. That was a pointed question. Chairman Ferguson asked that. They said they're going to hit June 30th. It's very tough. The schedule they have and the plan they have, it can be done. This weather today, you get another snowstorm. You're not in a construction season and you're building a construction project. It's very difficult for them. But, we have, they've committed to the bi-weekly updates, so I can let committee know. And it's very important for the, our prime tenant who's going, once we iron everything out with the Cats, because they're going to want to host some games there this year as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you go to your next slide, please? It looks like the fifth one from the bottom, 2, 3, 4. Fifth one from the bottom, blue box market and impact on revenues. Speaking of the blue box, we had eliminated the one bag limit. We've put in another program in place. Can you comment on whether or not the revenues from the blue box have been affected since? Have we been increased the blue box use, or is the blue box use decreased?
I'm going to defer through the chair to Craig. He'll have the specific numbers.
Through the Deputy Mayor, actually the tonnages that we have processed at the facility have increased.
Good news.
So we're not seeing any reduction. Now the markets have been affected, and as we've mentioned the last few years, since 2011, they've been on a steady decline. But we are still estimating that we will be bringing in 2014 $4.7 million in revenues.
Okay, thank you for that. And on that same tone, if you don't mind, through you, Deputy Mayor, through Jerry to Craig, the tonnages that are coming in for the landfill, have they increased or decreased, or have you seen no change?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we've seen an increase in the number of tons coming into the Glanbrook landfill, just over 3,000 tons this year, or in 2013. That could be due to the ease of accessibility at the curb, but it also could be due through growth. Now, the ease of accessibility has only been for 8 months in 2013, so we don't know the full impact until we've gone through a full season.
Okay, thank you for that, Craig. And also, if I can just go through, can you go to slide 25, please, Jerry? Thank you. This has always been a contention. Full-time employees, are we replacing them? Are we not replacing them? You've sort of touched on this a little bit. You have 80.3 vacant FTEs as of the December 31st. Are there any plans at this point in time to replace them all, to leave them vacant forever? Do you have a plan in place now?
Through the chair, we're in a effective recruitment. We want to replace them all. So you have to remember with the vacancies, the size of the department, we have a number of retirees in there that the service is still, so the service is increasing, the complement's staying the same, so we're spreading the work out among, more work amongst the same number of employees. So we're actively recruiting those positions. And the other thing there is, as I mentioned, because of the service aspect, we want to get staff in there because waste management, I have to pick up garbage. I have to have somebody. So if the person's sick, that's one thing, but if it's vacant, I want to get a permanent employee, and so I can train them to ensure the service is being delivered well. We don't want to rely always on part-time. So we're actively recruiting for all those positions. And, you have to remember, too, and just at a higher level in the city is we have a crew of 11 guys. I need 12 people because of holidays, the significant holidays. So, even though you need 10 or 11 to do the job, you're always carrying an extra FTE in the case just because people take vacation and you have to provide it. And that's the challenge with trying to keep this number going. But that's revolving. 84% of a vacancy is probably an average. I don't know about the other departments, but we see that year in and year out, anywhere from 3 to 4.
So it's on the average anyways, the 4.3 at the end of the day.
Great.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, one last comment, or two last comments. One is your crews have been absolutely phenomenal for Ward 11 through the ice storm, the whole bit. One of the things that we've noticed, and it's been actually in the media as well, is that when you have a harsh winter like this, it's not just stops. The expenses don't just stop right at the snow plowing and the de-icing and all that. We also have severe pothole problems now as a result. Is that fit somewhere into the budget that we should be able to be on top of this come spring and summer?
So through the chair, the pothole, when we have a thaw, you're going to see significant ones. So we divert resources because we have to fix those. Part of the overall winter budget is it's winter control, which is plowing. It's also winter maintenance, which is potholes. So both of those budgets are over. So when there's a pothole out there, we fix it. If the budget was for 1,000 and we have 1,500, we do 1,500. So that drives we contain it, we can control it, we can get you a unit cost, but that's why we're in excess of $4 million overspent. Potholes are part of that as well, of that overall winter budget.
Okay. That was all and thank you very much for clarifying the absenteeism. I really believe that is the small minority for the absenteeism, and it's just our biggest challenge. So I appreciate the clarity. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Excuse me, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, being the media past chair of Public Works, I think things are just buzzing along just fine. But to a serious question now. I just want to zero in on, most of my questions have been asked, but I want to zero in on your main cost drivers again, Gary. And the one is winter control, and I know Chad's already asked you a few questions around winter control, but if I go to slide 104, I suspect you can't get there because it's too far away. Can you go there real fast? That wasn't the one.
No.
104. I think you went one row down.
But I have bad eyes.
There you go. First of all, you can see we significantly increased the amount that is in the winter control budget. It went from really 17 million up to 24 million, then dropped it back a touch when we saw the storms were less severe through the 2007, 2008 area. But I guess my question, you're asking for an enhancement here, according to Mike's slide, of $1.3 million on top of the the current budget of $22 million, or $21,578,000. And I understand that about $500,000 of that is driven by the enhancements we asked for bare pavement and residential. And by the way, that's being incredibly well received. I get nothing but compliments on winter control now and storm removal in the residential area. So that's been a very worthwhile investment. But you're asking for a further $1 million, and your reason for that is you take the average since 2005 to 2013. Of course, 2005 was the biggest variance in that history of $7 million short. But there has been a significant improvement over the years of the winter control. I'm just noticing our slides are different. I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah, your slide has an error on it. You have $2 million. You have $2 million. It should be 4. I said 4.4, and then when I went to the slide, I forgot to correct it last night.
Oh, okay, because I'm looking here, it's 2.1.
So I know how to use PowerPoint, and Anna fixed it. So it's 4.4 million.
Okay, so that was one of my questions. Why are we getting different numbers? So it's just an error. That's fine.
But it's accurate. That was the whole point. We've been updating it as the numbers have been coming. Sorry, through the chair, we've been updating that number on a daily basis, knowing that it's very important for year end for Mike as well as for the budget deliberations.
And for the 25,950, you've accrued for the cleanup of the ice storm in there?
Through the chair, yes. For 2013, we've
accrued some money to finish it off in January, February, March.
For the December storm, yes, and then then in January, that's part of 2014. So the costs are associated with the respective year as much as it can be.
But the ice storm was in December, right. So that ice storm cleanup, which is going to take until the end of March, was in fact accrued in 2013, which it should be. I don't disagree with that. If you know you've got a problem, you've got to accrue for it. I guess my question, though, and it may be a little ironic to ask it now with the winter weather we're having, but based on looking at the history there, and 2005 skewing it badly because that was the biggest one we had, $7 million, and 2008 was also up there. But why do you need a $1 million enhancement in that? I get the $500,000 because it's the bare pavement and residential areas. Why do you need a further $1 million when net your variances have been very positive?
I think
through the chair.
Sidewalk snow removal, right, Jerry? Is that $1 million?
That's area rated. I want to make that very clear to Councilor Rula. That's area rated.
So, through the chair, to answer the question, so part of the increase is for the service enhancement, and that's $600,000. I look at it. The other one is the average we take. And that's a council policy. So, if you, I guess I'm saying we've done 3, in my 5 years as GM, I've done 3, I've done 5, I've done moving. And so that's what we're doing. So, the winters, if it snows, we're plowing it. This is our best estimate on an average. If council said, you know what, I just want you to have we need the money for the service increase. We have to buy more materials and we have more services out there. The balance, I'd say maybe 700, 800, I can go through the numbers, it's an average. The council, that's a council average. If you collectively said, we only want that to be 300, we would do that, understanding if it snows, I'm plowing. I think that's, it's a council, it's not, Brian and I going, how do we get more money for snow? Because it's one of the few budgets, it's like waste, we will clean it up. So that was the average we used last year, and so we've applied it again. But again, that is subject to, council direction.
And so I just pointed out to my colleagues, there may be $1 million in there. I know it's difficult to say when there's all this ice and snow and cold weather outside. But looking at the history, looking at the fact that we've accrued for the most expensive part, which is the cleanup of the ice storm, and the fact that we I've agreed the $500,000 for the enhancement, based on what I see up there, there may be an opportunity to not need to put that enhancement of an extra $1 million in there. I'll just throw that out there. My next question is...
Sorry, Jerry, just one more comment on that maybe as well.
So, it's very dicey. It's very dicey with the D. Now, we have a great, look at, 2012. We did the average, and where we've had that surplus, we've put it in. So I don't disagree with you that, but it is a risk. And, we're at day 29 in January, and I would think, if I don't have the numbers, but if I went back to 2005 and looked at January expenses, this would be the highest. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm not debating it with you. I'm just saying it is a risk, to cut it. But when it snows, we plow, and that's the most important thing for the councillors to know.
Yeah, and we don't expect you to ever stop plowing, but that's why you have a $7 million reserve, too. Okay, enough of that one. I just want to put that in there. The fuel. You showed us what you're projecting for cost of fuel, and I've been tracking that. We get good quarterly reports from John on this, and we're tracking pretty darn close to budget, but it's a driver again on your presentation today. What did we have in for diesel in 2013 per liter, and what have we got in 2014?
I'm going to ask, through the chair, I'll ask Jeff Lupton to talk to that. Thanks.
I have a couple questions for Jeff then.
For you, Mr. Chair, we just added a penny this year to both diesel and unleaded. So we went from $1.09 to $1.10 and $1.11 to $1.12 for unleaded.
So you're up 1 cent per liter on both products? How are you tracking versus budget last year? Net, combine the two together, unleaded and diesel. It's pretty close, isn't it?
I think we're pretty close this year, actually. Part of the projection also accounts for a little bit in change in terms of consumption, which may or may not be realized depending on what happens with transit this year. But we are fairly close this year to where we've projected.
What's the cent a liter mean in dollars?
In terms of diesel, it's about $120,000. In terms of unleaded, it's about $15,000.
Okay. So it's not really a big driver that was showing on your variance as fuel costs, but so you're about $200,000, which is what you're enhancing the budget by year over year.
Yeah, in terms of straight math from the 1 penny increase on the same consumption, we're only about $135,000.
Okay. One of my big pet peeves every year, as you know, Jerry, is we've made all these massive investments in enhancements in the energy, chillers and heaters and windows and so on. And every year I keep saying, why aren't we seeing all the savings they're supposed to get on your plus-minus sheet? And it sounds to me like what's happening, any savings we're enjoying is going into a reserve fund. And so I'm curious to know, what was the reserve fund at the start of 2013 and what was the reserve fund at the end of 2013 in energy?
Through the chair, Jeff will have that. Slide 47, just on anticipating your question, Councillor Ferguson. Slide 47 addresses what we've done since we implemented the Office of Energy Initiative in 2006. That's how we arrived at the net 28. But the reserves, I'll let Jeff talk to that.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just step back one piece, and if you go to slide 46 for us, please. What we did this year, and Mike talked a little bit about in terms of budget pressure with increases in electricity. Yes, we are predicting an increase of electricity rates of about 6%. We're seeing an offset of natural gas rates of about 6% as well, and we know that because we bought forward primarily on natural gas. The net effect, we went back and we looked at the top 100 accounts that we have in the city. We right-sized the budget. We took into account some of the conservation activities that's been done through the various groups. And if you look at that chart there, in terms of corporate, we're in good shape this year in terms of energy. It's really not a budget pressure that we're seeing corporately.
Yeah, I don't argue with you there.
Okay.
That your costs are reasonable year over year. It's the massive investment made. I'm back to that report I'm looking for on capital investments and where do we get the payback and tracking with that on a nice one single piece of paper so you can see it. But maybe the question is better asked to Mike. Mike, what was the reserve for the energy facility at the start of 2013 and what is it at the end of 2013?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the Energy Conservation Initiative Reserve had an opening balance of 5.68 million. And as of December 31st, we're forecasting a year-end balance of 4.96 million, so a change of approximately 700,000.
Going down?
Going down.
So does that tell us then that all investments we've made in all these energy conservation facilities are not paying us dividends?
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure I would make that observation because the reserve in part is a funding source towards capital initiatives that may have some paybacks. And so in terms of those types of determinations, I think we need to look at the reserve as to the transfers in and the transfers out. If the reserve is being used to fund a capital initiative and there's a proceed from avoided costs because of that investment, we need the time to review those transfers both into the reserve and out of the reserve. But to simply say that the change in the reserve balance in 2013 suggests that the initiatives aren't meeting target, I'm not sure that that's an appropriate observation.
Okay. How can we make that observation? I guess we have to ask you to do that analysis, and I don't necessarily want to put you to that work, Mike. However, I'll go back to Jeff in a second. I'm going to deal with the finance guy first.
So through Mr.
We made investments in this building. The lights turn off when you leave now. Extra thick windows. Significant investment in the chilling system, in the central air conditioning unit, which showed significant cost savings. And I'm so looking forward to, Mike, when you can tell us, here's the report, here's what the set of savings are going to be, here's what they actually are, and we can look at every capital project on one page and really get our head around this quick. And then maybe I can leave you and Jeff alone. I know I've been on this for a long while, and Jeff's even asked me, how do you want me to report it? And all I want you to do is, you said you're going to do X, and you do Y, and of course it gets clouded because you always want to include the cost. What do you call
Cost
it?
avoidance.
Cost avoidance, which skews it a bit. I hear what you're saying, but it skews the hard number because energy costs do go up and down, but gas goes down 5, hydro up 5. I just want to know, for the investment we made, are we getting the payback? And I want to see it on a slide when the presentation's made from Public Works. Energy is always a cost driver. Go ahead, Jim.
So through the chair, and we'll get that. I mean, I think Jeff, he can get the information. The cost avoidance, and I think I've used this analogy before, is, you go to Buffalo, fly to Florida for $400. You can go to Toronto and you fly to Florida for $600. So if you go to Buffalo, you have $200. You've avoided paying $200, and you have the money in your bank account. What Jeff has done, the cost avoidance, we haven't had to tax for it. The money is in our bank account, which is the taxpayers. That's where we didn't tax for the money. It's the best way I can explain it. We can put out more information for you, but that's really an analogy, if that helps.
Just checking in with committee in terms of where we're at. I've got Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Clark, Councillor Whitehead, and Councillor Collins for a second time. I just had a little chat with Mike. I just wanted to let you know that if we can actually build in the corporate services presentation today, they need about 30-45 minutes, then we can avoid coming back tomorrow. And it's actually Jane Lee's last day, I think, as well. That's a side comment, but it'd be nice to see her today. So if we can do it, we've got those speakers in front of us. It's 5 after 1. If we can wrap up PW by around 2:15 and get on to Mike's corporate services, we can avoid coming back tomorrow. Just a thought. Okay, so let's carry on with Councillor Farr.
Yes.
On the process of that, Councillor Whitehead?
Yeah, I was talking to clerks this morning. I was a bit surprised that we have council tonight at 5. It's going to be a long day as is. And we have GIC scheduled tomorrow, but my understanding there's a couple dates that were available in early February as well that haven't been assigned as of yet. So there is some flexibility in the scheduling. So I just want to ask Clerk to confirm that we have some dates available.
Well, we have tomorrow as well, but we'd like to avoid, we've got other work to do too.
Yeah, tomorrow was a run-over date, and there are some dates in February. They were for, department presentations, but their public health and planning and economic development is on the 7th. And then there's the enhancements is on the 13th. And there's also presentations on the 11th, which is emerging community services and the city managers.
Fair enough. So I'm just concerned trying to jam things in, Mr. Chair, because it is going to be a long day, and then you're going to cap it up with a council meeting tonight. But if it's the will of my colleagues to continue, I'm fine with that as well.
Councillor Wood, I should make it clear, we covered this morning, that we're going to wrap up by 3 p.m. today in any case, so we have to get ready for council. So that's the time frame we're working on. So let's see how it goes. I just wanted to give you that option. Councillor Farr, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to be an hour or so here, so I have just one focus. It'll be brief, and appreciating our time constraints and looking at our slides. Jerry, thank you for the presentation and all the good work of our over 2,000 and something PW staff. It's quite a lot of responsibility, certainly from Public Works throughout the year, and certainly a lot of challenges in certain divisions. Obviously, we've referenced them today. Forestry, unprecedented amount of phone calls in the last few months, due primarily to the ice storm, but obviously in July we had issues there, and they've done amazing work, and they continue to answer those calls, quite obviously. Snow clearing, you've referenced a few times as well. If it's there, you got to clear it, and I believe it was Councillor Jackson who important note made to this committee when he started the questioning. We're dealing with a winter that's just not going away, and there are elements where we need to address, and obviously that's costly in the end, and we don't even know what's coming in the next few months. It has been a wild winter. It continues to be a wild winter, and one of the things we haven't talked about that the frigidness of this winter has caused, and it's quite evident. I see it a lot in the inner city, but I'm sure throughout the city is our conditions of our roads are not the snow or the ice, but the patchwork that had been recently done. And even on King Street, the new paving that we did on the entire street, we're starting to see areas where it's buckling and different things are happening there. And obviously, when the warmer weather comes, we're going to have to address this. Water main breaks as well cause us some concerns. So I'm looking at slide 99, and I see it's just one of your bullets that we're addressing the repairs to roads and sidewalks and bridges and culverts, but is there a contingency? Are we looking at, through Public Works, higher costs comparatively over the last few years as it addresses road conditions where it comes to new paving and buckling and sinkholes? I'm seeing a lot of them in the north end, or a few of them in the north end anyway. So how are we looking after that in the budget that's before us today through you, Mr. Deputy?
Through the Deputy Mayor, the budget that you see before you is, again, we do it on what the past practices have been, the unit cost for providing the service. And so this is addressing how we think everything is going to happen in the city as it normally does. When we have something severe as this, it will drive that budget up. It may mean we have to move resources from one area to another to address it. Similar, you mentioned forestry. We have a grid cutting program. That has fallen off the way because all the guys are working on the cleanup. So some of the things we have planned in a preventative maintenance will not get done because we're reacting to this. So we try to stay within the budget because that's the resources we have, both labor and materials. But when it's a severe health and safety issue on the road, we fix it, and that's what will drive our variances for the programs.
Are we seeing, I like to call it nature's way of street calming, and you'll appreciate that, I'm sure, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but there are, to me, more than I've ever noticed, this buckling going on where we've done some patchwork of asphalt, and there's literally humps all over the place where that's occurred. I'm sure it's due to these frigid temperatures. So are we seeing, we've seen a greater number of this occurring this particular season?
Through the chair, significant increase, and our road cut contractor that we have out there is, we're dispatching them to fix that. So we budget so much a year in the capital to address the road cuts, and then as well as our internal when we're replacing the potholes. So both the number, I can get the details for committee for GIC, they're significantly up. This weather just, it just knocks the, what out of the road.
What sort of, is there a warranty on, like I referenced King Street, and there are some areas that it's quite evident that there's issues, and that was a full paving project. So is there a time frame there where the contractor actually is obligated to repair where we're seeing the buckling going on now?
So when the asphalt is put down by a contractor, we have quality and assurance done right at that time. So before the asphalt goes down, it has to meet the criteria, the standards. And so if it meets the standard, it goes down. When Mother Nature comes in, it's the city's problem. If it's inadequate or it's not meeting quality, it has to be fixed straight away. But once it's down and then we have bad weather, it's not the contractor, it's Mother Nature. So we make sure, because the amount of asphalt we purchase in the city in a given year is significant. So the quality control is critical for that, to ensure that we're getting the best quality.
So what I'm hearing then through Mr. Deputy Mayor is there's an expectation that we're going to be way over on that area on the budget to fix up where we're seeing all this buckling of asphalt and so forth. We address it as soon as possible, obviously, particularly when it's a safety issue, and you'll find ways through other areas to compensate if needed. So it's not going to have a major effect. We're not showing a major effect on the 214.
But through the Deputy Mayor, we do variance reports. We'll be back, I don't know when the next one is, April or May, on our operating budget. So when we come back then, we'll identify what the driving factors are and what we're going to do. So we come to you with a variance, but we also come to you with a recommendation how we're going to address it. If it's one time only, can we use capital? Should we go to the reserve? Or is it just something that it's going to hit the bottom line? But you'll know that well in advance of year end. That's where we do the variance reporting, so council has a better understanding of the services and the impact on the community.
But this council, you're saying through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, can expect come that time for the review that we're going to see a much higher number as it relates to what I'm talking about here than we're used to.
So through the Deputy Mayor, I can say with confidence that's going to be overspent.
Thanks, Councillor Farr. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and certainly several of my questions have been answered, but a couple things I just wanted to first mention. Going back to the line markings, etc., I know we've been putting in the ladders at a number of crosswalks throughout the city, and I want to commend staff because I think they're excellent. They've done a lot to improve pedestrian safety as they cross over at these major intersections, and I'm going to just ask through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mayor, would this be the same type of, the markings that are going down as the ladder markings, are that they're a plasticky type of fixative that goes onto the road? Is that the type of markings that we will be looking at going into the future for all of our line markings?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that is the type of marking. I can't say today that that's what we'll have all of our line markings with, but that's where we are using them. And like I said, we're focusing mostly on transverse markings right now. That's where the most wear is from tires and things, so stop bars, crosswalks, things of that nature.
Super. Thank you very much. That's good news. And next question I want to ask, and this may be through forestry, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Jerry, the trees that we're removing, all the damage from the ice storm, and it's all going up to, is it all going up to Glanbrook to be shredded, or where does it go? And my question is, are we allowing residents, are we publicizing to residents the opportunity of being able to pick up the mulch? Because I'm sure we're going to have way more than we could ever handle it.
With the Deputy Mayor, I'll start off with, and then I'll defer to Craig Murdoch. We won't have any problem getting mulch for our parks this year.
Really?
Craig?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, most of the material is actually going to the Upper Ottawa Forestry Yard. We do have a pile of material there. We do have temporary locations throughout the city that we've been placing brush, and when we start getting into more of a catch-up mode, we will either be chipping it in place, making it available to the public, or as we do right now, all year, mulch is available to residents at the Upper Ottawa Yard. We haven't done any advertising as of this point because it is the winter season season and the demand is very low. But as we get into the spring season, we will be advertising it because we'll have an exceptional amount of material this year.
Good news. Excellent. I'm pleased to hear that we'll be spending some money to advertise, because I'm sure there's many that could make use of this, and it would help us get rid of this material that really we only have a certain amount of opportunity to use it in our own facilities and grounds. Lastly, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Jerry, how are we for our salt and sand stock for this year?
So through the Deputy Mayor, it's an excellent question. We are, I'll let Brian talk to this. He's going to send an update out tomorrow with the material that we've had to use because of the weather. We're talking to municipalities, we're talking to suppliers. I'll let Brian talk to that, but we're going to send an update out tomorrow because today his staff are calling around other municipalities. So Brian, you want to address it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a little perspective. Last year we purchased about 60,000 metric tons of salt, and for this year's winter we increased that order to 90,000, and that was in anticipation of increased requirements to meet the new service level for residential street condition. We, as you can imagine, have gone through more as much as we had planned and more for meeting the demand of the service level, and also because of the extraordinary demand of the winter itself with the ice storm and the continued cold conditions. The fly in the ointment has been, I guess, a market-wide. This is the eastern seaboard of Canada and the eastern U.S. supply issue with respect to replenishing our supply chain for this material. So like other municipalities, we're facing an interruption to our supply. We've been in close communication with our supplier, Cargill, and they have committed to be able to meet our 90,000 order, but not to go any further. So at the present moment, we have about 2 weeks of supply of salt remaining, and about 10 weeks of winter. Now that's just on a straight line demand projection from what we've experienced so far, which is probably not realistic. But it's not unrealistic to say that we're short. We'll be finishing the season with a shortage. So we've developed a conservancy plan or a conservation plan for road salt. We will be communicating that to you in an update tomorrow. In essence, we're looking at sequestering sufficient supplies to continue to supply our IMOS contract, which is the Red Hill and the link, and also to service our escarpment crossings to the current service level. The remaining material that we're able to free up will be converted into a pickle mix in a fairly high ratio, so a lot of sand and a little bit of salt. And that will be directed towards our priority 1s and 2s, other than the other 2 priorities that I just mentioned. So what's left out of that really is material available for priority 3 roads, which residentials in essence. We're going to have to rely on more plowing activities after the first plow in order to try to achieve the service level that you set for us, and we'll continue to attempt to achieve that. However, it may be difficult in terms of meeting the time frame to achieve that. So in essence, that's the content of the update tomorrow. We will continue to work with other suppliers to try to find additional supplies to fill the gap, and we're hopeful that we'll find something in the next few weeks that we can report that we can ease up on our conservation plan. But at this point in time, we're planning for what we know. So that's the status.
Excellent, thank you, and I appreciate the information. I'm glad that this is being webcast, that the public can hear it, media can get this, and we'll get our updates tomorrow. But I was concerned, but I have to, and in my last comment, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is just a compliment to staff. And I think I've sent this out in the past, in the last little while. I sent compliments. This has got to be, I think, the first year in my 10 years as a councillor where I've actually had compliments coming in from residents in my ward on the snow clearing, and to all of staff who've been involved. Excellent job, and it really is nice to open the emails and have compliments and not complaints. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work, and last year I guess we could say we went from a bad situation in public works, and I always say there's a ray of sunshine behind every bad situation, so or a silver lining behind a gray cloud, and I think this was it. I think this was a huge wake-up call, and I think our staff have embraced what taxpayers expect from our employees, and they've gone above and beyond. So to everyone, I want to personally say thank you very much on behalf of the residents of my ward, for sure. And I know they'll keep up the great work. Another little bit, though, I was pleased to know that most of our storms have hit on weekends, which has been a major benefit for us, and I understand that. So thank you again. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, just in closing, if there are any other concerns as I go through the presentation slides, because I'm not going to whip through them all now, I'll just deal with it offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Pearson, and certainly ditto from all members of council on that comment from Councillor Pearson. I've heard it up and down the hallways here, writ large, Jerry and Brian and everybody else. Our next speaker is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, and I'll just piggyback on that last comment. Both on waste removal and on snow removal, it has been the difference between night and day in terms of the phone calls coming into the constituency office from this year and the last couple of years. So my thanks from my residents specifically to your group and all your staff there, Jerry, because they have done a yeoman's job in bringing about change, but doing it in a manner that it really improves the service with very little confusion to the residents themselves. So that's fantastic. Most of my questions have been asked, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I wanted to concur with Councillor Ferguson with regards to the Energy Office. Offline, I've been having a number of conversations with Jeff, and it really is just about how the numbers are reported so that we can actually articulate it very clearly to the community. If we're going to expend this amount of money, we can very clearly indicate that there was in fact savings, which translates into less dollars on the levy, so less tax charges. But without having those figures and being able to account for them, it's a bit of a struggle to justify the expenditure. I wanted to touch base on Councillor Collins' comments with regards to the absenteeism issue. I had read in the paper that I guess some in the media thought this is the first time we actually addressed it. Councillor Collins sat on the Audit and Administration Committee, as did Councillor Morelli, and this had been brought up for, I think, going back 5 years in total, and it's been a slow progression of review, and it's been upped each year with the expectation that the city manager and HR would come forward with more aggressive processes, and I'm seeing my colleagues shaking their heads. So it wasn't, the year of the election we finally decided to do something. It has been a slow, gradual progression, working through HR and the city manager to try and bring attention through all of the city manager, or all of the department managers, on absenteeism, the monitoring of it. There's been changes in the actual system itself so that we can get the information in more accurate times. We get regular reports. I believe they're semi-annual now. And each division, as you have, has come forward with plans in terms of how we can get a handle on the absenteeism. You're absolutely correct. Right across the city, 85% of the employees are not the issue, but those 85% of the employees recognize those who are the ones who start to scam the system, and they have to work harder because they're not there. And so those are the people that we're concerned about. We're not concerned about people who are legitimately sick. If you have the influenza, of course we don't want you to come to work and give it to the rest of us, which I did the other day. These two guests, there was a small barrier of plastic set up here. So I want to thank staff for listening to the councillors and working with us to find the systems to fix that. So that's well on the way. I have a question with regards to consolidating our facilities and what you're doing with your public works. And the question goes to Mr. Zagaric, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with regards to the Developing Charges Act. I believe it's worded in such a way that if there are divisions or departments within a municipality that are growth related and having growth impacts, that we in fact can charge development charges for the offices that would house those divisions. I may be paraphrasing, but can I just get, am I off the wall, or am I at least close to the wall?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think the councillor is close in terms of the growth versus existing splits. The limitation under the Act is around administration. Okay. So there are restrictions with respect to recouping administrative costs in terms of housing administration through DCs. And that was part of our report back to the ministry around some potential amendments to the Act in an effort to achieve the objective of growth paying for growth.
And so, to paraphrase, so the public, I think, understands, and hopefully I understand, City Hall per se, for example, is not something that we could put a development charge in place for City Hall, correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, correct.
But development charges could be put in place for offices that would house, and I'm just off the top of my head, I'm thinking Public Works, growth on water treatment plant, offices, whatever the case is, those types of facilities where they're managing those things. Is that accurate, or is it completely cut right at administration? So the managers for Public Works, we don't get to pay for their offices through DCs, but we pay for the actual facilities that are outside of City Hall.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, any space related to administration is ineligible. If there is a yard that includes costs related to supporting growth, that would be eligible, but any space related to administration is ineligible. And again, it is one of the areas we're asking the province to revisit under the principle of growth paying for growth.
And so, and the reason I asked that is because I heard very carefully you talking about consolidating yards, so we'd want to make sure that you're in touch with our finance people to make sure that we're maximizing any allocations that could go to development charges in that area. If it's outside of administration, I get that, but if we're out in the field and we're consolidating and because of growth, we need this new yard to handle what used to be, we may be able to put that into DCs, but we need to be aware of it and make sure the finance is aware of it so that we can start tracking those dollars, because anything we put to DC doesn't go to the levy, and that's an important thing, especially with the growth. Speaking to growth, do we have yet the numbers for the increase in population in the different wards? I know we've got hundreds, if not some thousand or more new occupied homes in Upper Stony Creek. It would be helpful if we could get those numbers so that we could start attaching realistic numbers so the public understands when we're talking about growth, it's not an ethereal thing, it's real, it's here are the numbers. So just on a side, if you could look at that. The other items were covered off. The last one, and the budget is always a great opportunity to look to other ways of saving money, and I hate these promo pens that we get because they never work. There we go. As in Europe, they're now utilizing hydropower from stormwater pipes. So stormwater pipes where they're going over an escarpment face, the gravity-fed feature of that, much like if you think of the Niagara Falls and all the water that goes over there and they channel it in and they get hydro from that, stormwater management pipes, the large pipes that we have going over the escarpment creates a significant amount of energy and inertia. Have we contemplated looking at small hydroelectric facilities that could be attached to them to feed into the grid to lower our electrical costs? Because it is happening in a lot of European countries now.
So through the Deputy Mayor, Jeff, please.
Through Mr. Chair, I believe the Water and Wastewater Group through Dan McKinnon and Dan Chauvin did look at that about 3, 4, 5 years ago. At the time, they had concerns about consistency of water flow and some damage that comes with debris that comes over through the storm sewer pipes. We haven't looked at it for a while. It might be worth having a look at it again with fresh eyes sometime this year, and especially given that there seems to be more and more funding available for getting into those types of projects. So I think it's worth a look at again.
Because what we have done, and we're all aware of all the stormwater management ponds and the collector. So we have, in essence, remove significant amounts of debris from the pipes, and the pipes that we now have going up Centennial Parkway, for example, they're significant size in diameter pipes, so that would be significant energy flow. And they do have these new technology where it turns on and off with the flow of the water and just automatically kicks or electricity, and no one has to be there to actually monitor. It's just an automated system. So I just encourage folks to look at that, because if they are doing it elsewhere, there has to be the ways and means for us to look at it here. Beyond that, I wanted to thank Jerry for his work in Public Works. If you consider the way the amount of information that's in the report and how significant it is in terms of the breakdown. It's much more complex. We're getting more information than we ever have before, but you can see the result. As a result, we're seeing significant reductions. So congratulations again to all of your staff, and thank you for working with us.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Whitehead, followed by Councillor Marula, and then Councillor Collins for a second time. Councillor Whitehead?
I appreciate it. I think my first comment, Jerry, as the incoming chair for this year, often we recognize the hard work of many of the frontline workers, the snow removal, the forestry. But a lot of time we don't recognize the backroom support. And when I look up in this gallery, and I've been doing that a few times just to see how many people I've actually had the opportunity to work with, each and every one of you provide a great service to this community, and I want to make it clear that it doesn't go unnoticed, and I want to personally thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Mr. Chair, there's a couple points that I want to make. Finishing off the last one, I know that a friend of mine, Mitchell, started doing turbines and water flow and create all kinds of hydrants, sold the Hydro One. So there's certainly the technologies out there, small, large, medium type turbines, depending on source. But we also know that we have continued water that's in our system. Not rainwater or during a storm. We're talking about constant water flow because we have a lot of streams through the development that are caught up in our storm water system. So there's a continued flow. I don't know if we've ever measured in dry time what our flow is. Do we have any idea?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we've done the watershed studies. We do have that information. It's in Dan McKinnon's shop, so we can definitely get that, because a lot of what happens is the erosion that we have to address. So part of addressing the erosion in creeks is understanding exactly what's the impact of the water. So we have those studies that have been done right across the city.
I'm actually talking about in Ward 8, for example, we took a look at the amount of streams that pre-existed development. That water went somewhere, and through the surge studies and that, it was determined that we got a fair amount of water that's flowing through our systems on a regular basis. So I guess the question and what I'm getting to is, have we ever measured in non-storm events, non-rain, dry period, how much water is actually in our stormwater system?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I don't have the exact answer. I can check into it. I know we would have that because before any development can take place, we have to know how much water is in that, in the footprint that we're going to impact, and where is it going to go, the stormwater ponds and that. So definitely we can get that information. I don't know if we measured it, but I'm confident that in certain areas, especially where there's been development, we would have it. Have we done it citywide? I can double check that for you.
And the only reason I mention it is sort of dovetailing on Councillor Clark's good observation in other areas that it's not just storm events that will generate the power through these turbines. We got areas there's continuous flow based on the systems that we have currently in play. One of the questions I'm not sure, and I apologize if I asked, then I'll take it back, but the Canadian dollar is on the decrease. Has that have any implications in regards to the services that you provide?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I would think we do purchase some materials from the states. I don't know if we provide a reserve the city must buy a lot of materials across from the states, so I don't know if they have an exchange reserve to offset that. But if they don't, it would definitely impact us, because of the reduced purchasing power of the dollar. We haven't factored it into our budget at all, though. I'll let Mike might be able to help you.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we don't hedge currency, so we haven't a reserve as it relates to changes in currency. Traditionally, there has been some pressures in previous years, previous to the Canadian dollar approaching par around parts for fleet that have been provided via the U.S. So historically, we have had some pressures around parts that would be affected with changes in currency, and more specifically with a devalued Canadian dollar.
Okay, and do you know if there's any best practices, relatively speaking, to address those kinds of fluctuations that are built into the system, or is it just relying on the reserve?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as it relates to currency fluctuation, some organizations will hedge, whereby they will procure some guarantees going forward with respect to currency. We currently do not hedge our currency. I'm not sure that we have the expertise to hedge currency, and so it's a matter of the risk we're willing to bear as a corporation to undertake that relative to the skill sets that we have in terms of our investments area to support that. But again, in terms of our exposure, we do not share the same exposure, for instance, as some other private entities do that very much rely on selling their goods in foreign lands and who procure their goods from foreign lands. So again, our exposure may not match the exposure of other organizations. So other organizations may be more active in hedging currency.
Appreciate that. I guess my next question, and this is through observation experience since I've been elected, and I know other councillors have had this experience as well, and in the end of the day, there is a cost implication, and it's on the quality control of our construction, on our streets, on our buildings, or whatever. Are we satisfied with the current I guess, structure we have in place in regards to that quality control? Or do we have enough mechanisms to ensure that when roads are being built, they're being built to last versus like Buckingham, where the road's already falling apart and the concrete's already falling apart? We only did it 2 years ago, and it's quite frankly embarrassing. I get residents calling me constantly and saying, Terry, who does the quality control on a lot of these projects? I don't know what the cost is, and I know that we hold back 2 years, but unfortunately, have we measured how many of these projects are breaking down just past that 2-year window?
So through the Deputy Mayor, great question, Councillor, and you've been victimized by a couple of those contractors. We have the quality control. We have a low bid process, right? So the low bidder gets it, and so on some projects we pre-qualify. But I think what Council has endorsed through the procurement process is we have vendor performance, and when we've had those issues, and the Buckingham contractor is a good example where we've suspended them, and they can't bid on projects. They have to either fix the deficiencies or they have a 1-2. The Wentworth Lodge issue, we banned that contractor from bidding for 10 years. So we're taking, understanding we've had the problems. The warranty is great, but you're right, that doesn't help. The restoration or the finishing of a project is 2% of the cost, 100% of the headache for the community. So contractors are now subject to performance appraisals based just like we do staff, and if they don't make it, we can take them off the list, and we have done that. So it's not an idle threat by the city. We've done it. It's out there. So as soon as one general contractor for road, water, and sewer is suspended, that just goes through the industry like wildfire, understanding that the city, we don't want your business here. We have enough people, good contractors. So, 4 or 5 years ago, we had problems with it. We've addressed it. We continue to address it. And the most recent procurement update, we've strengthened the vendor performance issue. So it's a progression, and so we don't have problems. And the quality control that you talked about is now in place. Now, saying that, we will always have problems with contractors. That's the nature of the business, but we manage it much better, and we're in front of it more often, which I think is, being proactive, and that's what the council has endorsed in the procurement process.
So I recognize that we took steps in regards to the contractor, but sometimes it's like the horses have already left the barn, and the damage is done, and the cost to the taxpayer is still incurred, and the warranty is not long enough. So I guess maybe the first question on that front then is 2 years long enough for these warranties, and have we looked at whether or not we have the ability to expand that? Because I find, 5 days after that warranty, it's pretty clear that we got a breakdown, and it seems to be too late to address it. So have we looked at expanding that warranty period?
So through the deputy mayor, the municipalities, we do best practices amongst everybody. It used to be 1 year, it's now 2 years. It's something we can discuss. The other side of that is it now costs you, if you want a longer warranty, you pay more money. So if we can make sure the contractor is the right contractor with that 2-year warranty, we get a better price for the service, which means we can address more infrastructure, but more importantly, the quality control is up front, and a contractor isn't going to screw up, for lack of a better term. So we can look at the extended warranty. The 2-year, that's how it came about. It's also, the industry is very aggressive. They don't like the 2-year warranty or a maintenance warranty at all. In fact, there's Bill 69. I'm looking, Gary Moore's not here, but they're looking at, the Bill 69's gone through 2 readings. They're looking at pushing it through, which means we wouldn't be able to have a holdback in a maintenance period. We're bringing a report to the February committee cycle of that. So, we can look at it further, but it's something we should do up front and work with the contractors. That's the best way to be proactive.
But okay, and I appreciate that. The criticism, or at least the observation I'm getting from citizens that have been victimized by bad contractors, is what role does the city inspector have through those contracts? Because they feel that the city inspector is what has also let the city down, and it goes back to do we do performance reviews on our inspectors? Do we do retraining with our inspectors? Do we move inspectors around so they're not dealing with the same contractors on a regular basis? What is our strategy in regards to quality control and inspection of these works?
So through the deputy mayor, we do move the inspectors around. We move them around from project managers as well as contractors. That's just good business practice. The inspectors are the ones who identify the problem up front. And again, so the contractors on site, we've identified the problem and we want it rectified. So now the key is documentation and letting them know. So what happens is that when a progress payment comes up and they say, for argument's sake, I put down 10 tons of asphalt, and we're saying, well, we're not paying you for that because you didn't put it down right, so go and fix it. So the inspector, that's their training, and the quality control, they're doing that. But we do move them around because they, we want to make sure, they don't get just complacent. But the other thing too is we also have a group of contractors that are very good in the city. We have the Dufferins, we have the West Rocks, the A1 Asphalts. They're doing the good work, and they give us a competitive price. And they like to work for us as well because of the procedures we have in place. So we do move the inspectors. It's very critical. They're trained, and we try to mitigate it. But
so the reason I'm asking the question, I didn't want to really get into the policy piece, but it really does have a financial implication to taxpayers, and that's what this is all about, is budgets and how we can find more efficiencies in ensuring that we're not spending more money than we need. Mm-hmm. That's what this exercise is all about. So going back to the budgets, have we done any analysis or assessment, and how many times we've had to go fix things at the expense of the taxpayers as a result of contracts?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we do the analysis. Because it's capital, the impact on the taxpayer is we don't release the funds. So if it hasn't been, you've approved a capital project for $500,000. If it's not done right, we don't pay the contractor. They put a lien on it. Legal gets involved. So we're not paying it and then going back and fixing it later. Now that has happened, but as we move forward with it, we're not paying the contractor if they're not delivering the work. That's the inspector is the critical person out there for us.
I understand that, Jerry. Mm-hmm. So you're saying there's absolutely no leakage on dollars in regards to contracted or construction jobs in this community. There's no leakage outside of the protections we have with the holdbacks and so forth.
Through the chair, I don't understand what you mean by leakage.
What I mean by leakage is where it's not captured by the current policies, and there's a cost implication, whether it's on the capital or eventually on the taxpayer, beyond the policies we have in place.
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, the policies we have in place, we develop based on things that happen and how do we fix it. So is there something out there that could still go wrong? I would think there is, but we'll address it. I think what we've done, though, a confidence level for the capital dollars we're spending is where the money is being spent wisely. Is there leakage in that we missed something? Absolutely. How do we fix it, though? That's why we have the policy review. That's why we have the training of inspectors. But yeah, I can't sit up here and go, you don't have to worry about a thing. Everything's 100% right in capital. But you're bang on. There is issues, but the procurement review and working with them helps us address that.
Okay. I guess the last question is, I've heard this from some of your frontline people as well. When I go and buy, and I'm not a very good drywaller, and I'm putting patch on the wall, and it's a terrible job. And when I talk to pros, drywallers, they say, well, that's a crappy product. No wonder you're having problems. So back to asphalting or patching. Are we taking? Are we measuring best value in regards to the product we use? Are we using the best product on the market? Help me understand the decision process and the type of material we use for road patching.
So I'll start off, and Bob, Paul, and Daryl and Brian are here. But yes, we know the type of roads that we have built and what's the best maintenance material for them, whether it's cold patch, hot patch. Again, when we buy it from whatever manufacturer, we ensure the quality is there. And you have to, the manufacturers of asphalt can't afford to give us an inferior product, because if they do, we're their biggest customer. It's like gravel. The municipalities in Ontario buy 75% of the gravel. We make sure that the base going down is good because we're the biggest. So we have that in that because they need our business, and we're a great customer. We always have projects. We're always in business, and we pay our bills on time. Nothing's better than that. So, it is a good quality that we get, but the weather, again, you put it down, it comes right back up. That's just the nature of the business.
Well, and the reason I raise it, because I know Councillor DeVelle and I have attended a number of FCM conferences, and we go to trade shows, and there's always the latest different types of products they introduce. So the reason I'm asking that question, it's clear in my mind now that there are options in regards to dealing with those kinds of issues, and then for your frontline people are saying that we're using, in some cases, an inferior product based on the needs. So I'm just trying to get an understanding. What is that process in deciding what the best product is, and are there products out there that we haven't tried yet?
So through the Deputy Chair, I imagine there's products we haven't tried. Gary Moore sits on the Ontario Asphalt Producers Board of Task Force Board of Directors, and so he's up to speed on all the different techniques and materials there. I think one of the best examples that we brought forward was the neighborhood asset management pavement preservation, how the quality of the mix for that to extend the life. So we do look at it. I'm sure there's always, like any technology, it's always evolving, but we have people in the city who sit on the committees, and they're up to speed on the different products that are out there.
I appreciate it. I had to ask the question because it is pothole season off and on going into the spring, and the biggest, the number of phone calls I've received, and some of them, they're going, what products are we using? How come they're not staying in the hole? So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. Over the last decade or so, we've seen a steady decline in consulting, which is a really good job on your part through you, Madam Chair, and I want to commend you for that effort. One thing, though, I need clarification on is that when the contractual component sometimes are interchangeable with the consulting column. So the contractual component is quite significant. I understand that we have waste management and snow removal under that restated amount and the base for 2014, but out of that entire contractual column of 74.7, is any of that related to potential consulting, or is it strictly all based on true contractual costs?
So I'm looking through the chair, I'm looking at Anna. There is consulting costs in there. The increase, I have the breakdown. Snow removal, building cleaning, elevator contract, blue box collection, waste bin, refrigeration contract, recycling, winter, hired equipment, darts, taxi. So all the increase is contract. But in that overall line, we do have consultant costs within the base budget for previous years. So I can break that information out for you. That's easy to do. Yeah.
It would be helpful, only because what I see based on what's restated and what the 2014 base budget is that our consulting costs are only $261,000. If you compare that to a decade ago when Councillors Morelli, Collins, and I, and Jackson were on council, we went hard on that particular issue. If that's the case, then that's one of the biggest or significant victories we've ever encountered. So I just need some clarification on that particular item. That would be helpful.
Through the chair, we'll provide the breakdown of the $261,640.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Marilla. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Jerry, I neglected to ask you the first time around the waste budget. This was, I think, the first year, probably in a generation, where we increased services and decreased the cost of waste. We had the $1 million savings, I think, that came with the contract. Sorry, there was $2 million savings that came with the contract, and we were able to increase the bulk collection and green card and other services associated with waste. Even with that savings, though, I think the Ombi stats, and you were kind enough in 2012 when I requested this through the budget process, you gave us a 5-year snapshot of the waste budget and how it was at the time steadily increasing as a result of some of the services that we offer. And when you look at the Ombi stats through you, Mr. Chairman, you'll see that we're in most categories higher than some of the other municipalities in a number of categories related to waste. And I'm certain that a lot of that has to do with we offer more services than other communities. Most communities don't have the compost program yet that we have. We have the unlimited bulk, as was mentioned earlier. And so it may not be a true apples-to-apples comparison. But what I had asked in 2012, and what I'm going to ask again here today, is that there are services related to waste that are not related to frontline service delivery. And so basically, when we amalgamated, most municipalities had their basic collection system, whether it was in-house or with a contractor. We had the disposal component where it needs to go to the landfill, and there's a cost for that. And we obviously have contract management and our own supervisory staff. Those are what I would consider the basics. We have other costs, though, associated with our waste collection area. We are probably one of the only few municipalities that break open people's garbage bags and do our waste audits and things like that, and some of that's supported through capital. But I would like to know, though, in terms of the frontline service delivery, there are the basics to get the waste off the curb and into the truck, and then there are the extras. And I'm wondering whether staff can compile a list of those extras that we may not see in other municipalities. And I just ask for that in the context of first understanding where we are separate from others and where we provide more services or different services in some cases. And the second component obviously would be the budget. How much is it costing us to provide those? The Gold Box program, I think, is a good example. It's relatively small cost. I think at last count it was in the $40,000 to $50,000 range, but it is something different than we offer in other municipalities, and I'm sure there may be other components and programs within the waste area that we offer that start to add up once you start looking at those extras, if you want to call them that. So that would be my request. Certainly, it's not that 5-year review that you undertook for us in 2012, but it would be to separate what we consider the basic services versus the extras.
But through the chair, and we can get that. So we'll look at the OMBI because they have the different service levels and then what we provide. But you're right. We provide more service, and so to get our diversion rate up, we had the low hanging fruit here. We're still trying to do it. It's not as cost effective, but we can break that all out in detail and provide it to a GIC.
That'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay, I wonder if I can get a motion to receive Jerry's presentation. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Ferguson, all in favor, carried. And I think we're probably in pretty good shape, Mike. It's just short of 2 p.m. So I think we will go right into the corporate services presentation and invite Mike up when he's ready. Committee, Ida just reminded me I didn't address item 5.1, which was a public works item as well. Moving along there too quickly. And 5.1 is the 2014 capital budget request to a traffic management system. It's, I think it's there. It should be there in your agenda. And I guess maybe I'll start with, I don't know if Jerry's still here. Jeff's here? No. Okay. Lots of waving going on. So I wonder if we can just try and do that. Hopefully it may be fairly short. If not, we can even refer it to a separate discussion. But so do you want any questions on that today, or shall we just refer it to let's refer it to a future budget discussion then, Ida? Seeing nodding on that. And Councillor Pearson?
Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Martin is here to address it. So, Martin, I don't have a sense of how long this is or anything in your presentation, but do you want to start off, Martin, and we'll see. Apologize, Mike, I forgot that item. Maybe start off, Martin, if you don't mind, and see how we do.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. There isn't really a presentation to go with this. This is a report in response to GIC's review of the capital budget at last session. For traffic, there were a number of items that were approved, and the three items in this report were parked pending a review from staff. Basically, what we are doing is bringing forward the 3 items with recommendations. In each case, there were FTEs associated with the capital project. I can say that for all 3 items, we're recommending that the FTE portion of the capital programs be deferred to 2015. Therefore, we're requesting that for 2 of these reports, for 2 of these capital projects, that funding be approved and that the FTEs be deferred to 2015. And for the first item on this report, the link, what we're calling the freeway traffic management system, there just isn't enough project management staff available in traffic to conduct this study whatsoever. We're asking that we're recommending that the entire report be deferred for 1 year so that we can examine the staff requirements. So in essence, we're asking for the funding to go ahead for 2 items and without the FTEs, and for the 3rd item, we're simply asking to defer the entire program to the 2015 capital budget submission.
Thanks very much, Martin. And Councillor Collins, you'd asked the questions originally when we had that discussion, followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor Collins.
I did, and Mr. Chairman, on 5.1, I was very pleased to meet with Martin to receive the information, and Jeff, as it relates to the traffic capital budget proposals. And my main concern, if you recall, was I think there were close to or just over 6 employees that were associated with these initiatives. And as is noted in the report, Martin will come back then at a future time in terms of incorporating those when they're needed. So there will still be bodies attached to, or staff attached to the capital projects, but we will not be including them in this calendar year. They'll actually come back in 2015. On the first one there, I can't recall the financing associated with the $75,000. I don't know if that was levy supported or not, but I'm trying to look in the report as to what we would do with the savings that would come. It's a relatively small amount in the grand scheme of things, but we should probably provide some direction in that regard.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of any available funding, we do have a policy. If it is levy funded, it could go to the unallocated capital reserve. If it was to be debt funded, it would be applied to reduce our reliance on debt. So one option, my suggestion is to refer the policy to any potential capital savings relative to what was budgeted.
Perfect. And I would move the report at the appropriate time.
Thanks, Councillor Collins. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Collins in terms of the deferral and what we're doing. I'm very keen not to lose sight of the outcome of this type of project. The Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway are probably suffering from a significant amount of success in terms of the number of vehicles that are on it. I've noted a significant amount of trucks on it. I live not too far away, as Councillor Jackson does, and Councillor Collins, and I can tell you that the Link and the Red Hill is regularly backed up with 2 ribbons of red lights up and down. And so we need to get a handle on that and be able to deal with that, because what happens when there is that backup, specifically up on the mountain, I can speak to significant overflow from detours, emergency detours. They start to get off of, and they hit Stone Church, they hit Mohawk. The one night there was a significant backup from 403 back, and they got off, they hit Stone Church. Stone Church was backed up end to end, Mohawk was backed up, and Rima was backed up. So all of the alternative municipal routes were just jammed because of a serious accident on the Link. So those cameras will really assist us in notifying drivers in advance. And the other thing, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is I would suggest that we, even without proceeding with those cameras, have some discussions with the MTO about them placing cameras on the interchanges from the QEW onto the Red Hill and from the 403 onto the Red Hill, because if they could put up notice boards that the Red Hill Valley Parkway is backed up, then it would divert traffic back onto the main highways as opposed to coming out and onto the residential streets, because a good percentage of that traffic now is interregional. It's going from the QEW to 403 and the 403 to the QEW. So I just leave that with our staff, but if we could have those conversations with the ministry, I think it would really help us significantly. I know Mr. Murray was involved with the design and construction, but we need to put some pressure back on the MTO, because it's their cut-through traffic that is really impacting on a regional roadway, and we need to deal with it. We can't ignore it any longer.
Okay, I've got Councillor Whitehead, then I'll come back to you, Councillor Collins, to move the report. Councillor Whitehead?
I think Councillor Clark has articulated very well. There's no question that where Garth Street is located at the end of this chain, that there's significant impact on my neighborhoods. as a result of it being the last place of resort to get off the link before the 403. And if there's any incident on 403, and we've had pretty well every month, there's at least one or two issues. And people, it's impacting the quality of life of the residents on Gar Street and so forth. So I have been working with staff, and I think whether it's a camera system, sensors, signage, electronic signage, to provide education for the riders all the way up down the link, something has to be done because it really is impacting neighborhoods, because that's where this traffic ends up going. And unfortunately, I think Councillor Clark also identified there's a lot of inter-provincial traffic, not regional or city traffic, that's caught in that melee as well, which is impacting our communities, and that's just unfair to the residents. So we got to find a better way of dealing with these issues. So to me, it is a priority and it is important.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, can I come back to you? Your intention is to move the recommendations. Seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favor? Carried. Great. Thanks very much. So we'll move now, Michael, please, to corporate services.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, first let me just thank committee for willing to stay into the afternoon and receive the corporate services presentation. Let me just find the remote here. One of the reasons I appreciate your willingness to... I haven't mastered this remote yet.
Is it on?
Okay, we'll do it on the keyboard. It's been a year since the last budget deliberations, and when you look at the org chart for corporate services, there has been some change, favorable change, in the sense that we have had some change in our leadership team. And so I'm just going to take a minute to recognize, first is Rose Catarini, our clerk, is still reflected in the corporate services budget while there has been a reorganization, and Rose comes under the leadership of the City Manager's Office for the purposes of the budget presentations and the budget. We continue to reflect clerks under corporate services. Upon approval of the budget, we will restate the budget as per council policy and make the proper realignment to the City Manager's Office. In addition, since the last budget presentation, Brian McMullen has joined the department in the role of the acting director of financial planning and policy. And so for since the summer, and Brian's been a great addition to our team and has been a great support to me in the acting GM role. As well, John Hertel has joined the corporate services team as well, and I know that the committee is familiar with John and John's skill sets and abilities, and so John's portfolio has changed from the original announcement. John's original portfolio was focused on revenue generation, and we look forward to John's leadership skills under his new portfolio with respect to revenue generation and finance administration. So I just want to welcome both John and Brian to our team. We have a member of our team who is leaving at the end of the week. So thank you again for receiving the presentation today. Jane Lee, after I believe just short of 32 years of public service, is retiring and leaving the corporate services team. Yeah. So there's been a lot of complimentary comments made of Jane's performance, not only here at the City of Hamilton since amalgamation, but her time at the town of Flamborough as well, in the position of deputy clerk, and acting CAO, I believe, for 2 years at the town of Flamborough. So I've benefited personally from having Jane on our team, and I wish her all the best in her retirement, and I thank her for her commitment. And I also thank Jane for her effort to ensure that the team that she has behind her is ready to step up to the plate and continue to support this corporation. So Michael Richards, and if I can get Michael just to wave or stand up, will be acting director in customer service, access, and equity while we go through the recruitment process for the director position. So again, congratulations to Jane, and thank you to Michael for his support in that department. So in terms of the org chart, again, we have made some changes in terms of finance administration. You may recall previously there was a treasurer position that was changed to a director position, and we brought that portfolio together with the revenue generation portfolio under the leadership of John Hertel. In terms of total complement, you'll see a reduction of 1 FTE, and you'll also see something a bit different in this slide versus other departments. It's a recognition of just short of 90 FTEs that are distributed. So you may see this in HR and other departments that support some of our program areas. So our F&A area are distributed, and so they're captured under that third column from the right under distributed staff. So total staff, a reduction of 1 position in the accounts payable area, and you can see very little movement in terms of the staff to management ratio, as well as the ratios in terms of management and other staff. In terms of our 2013 highlights, the department, and I'll be clear, it's the staff within the department and all of our staff achieved a significant number of initiatives, both corporate initiatives as well as departmental initiatives that continue to support some of our objectives around financial management. So some of our 2013 highlights is the completion of the wastewater storm rate structure review, development of a debt policy. You would have heard me earlier today make reference to the development of that policy. We've initiated the development charge background study, and that will continue in 2014. It started in 2013. Developed and implemented a redesigned accounts payable process, and Rick Mail may be able to speak to that this afternoon if there's any questions around our accounts payable process. You may recall that was a capital project in 2013. Developed and implemented a new financial system for operating budget and variance reporting. And again, this is another tool that's available to our management teams in terms of monitoring our actuals relative to budget. So again, the objective of that project is to provide another tool so that our management teams can take timely action if required based on their actuals relative to budget. Enhanced efficiencies in POA court administration through improvements to system for phone-in early resolution requests, and you would have heard in our presentation in 2013 the opportunities that phone-in early resolution requests has provided to a more efficient POA section. Lead in development of a corporate call quality standard and implementation. Those councillors who sit on the subcommittee who's tasked with oversight over the web redevelopment call handling review, you would have heard from staff in terms of the call quality standard initiative as part of the scope of the work of the call handling review, and so that was an accomplishment in 2013. Assisted in the development of the asset management plans to qualify for future infrastructure grants from the provincial government. Implemented workforce management strategies to build organizational capacity. And I just want to thank HR under Chris's leadership for helping the department initiate our work around workforce management. Last year, you may recall, I made reference to the risk that the department had in terms of potential retirements going forward. And so we've started to address that risk as a departmental management team in the development of workforce management strategies. And I just want to highlight the fact that these workforce management strategies aren't simply focused on succession planning, but we will equally be focused on developing our more recent recruits to ensure that they have the capacity to fill our needs going forward as an organization. And this isn't just a benefit to corporate services. As we develop our staff, they become resources that are available to all departments in the City of Hamilton, and it's important that we try to retain our staff. Implemented communication strategies to improve employee engagement is a final identified achievement for 2013. 2014 initiatives include multi-year tax-supported operating budgets, and you would have heard reference to this in the strat plan discussions as well as business planning. It is one of those projects that we hope to start and put some effort towards in March of this year, and try in the effort of trying to scope out what is required for an organization such as the City of Hamilton in order to implement a multi-year budget and to properly resource such an approach to budgeting. Review reserve policies. We expect to come before committee in April with a number of reserves that we will address in policies in terms of the sustainability of those reserves. Those reserves include a tax stabilization reserve, the unallocated capital levy reserve, investment stabilization reserve, and our waste recycling reserve. So in April of this year, we hope to be before committee with some reports addressing the stability of those reserves, as well as identifying what the purpose and the mandate of those reserves are. In 2014, working with other departments, we'll address the fleet vehicle replacement reserve, building permit fee stabilization reserve, the EMS equipment replacement reserve, and the enterprise fund reserve. So in addition to those reserves, and it's considerable effort, and that work plan is as part of the 2014 capital budget process, committee identified the need for staff to report back with a capital appropriations policy, and we look forward to bringing that policy before committee in April as well. So we have a draft policy, and we will bring that forward for committee's consideration in April. Just with respect to capital appropriations, the other ask from committee was that we amend our capital closing report to include our appropriations. You'll see in the February reports an additional appendix to our capital closing report. We'll be listing all the appropriations as part of that report. So again, in terms of the reserves, as well as the development of policies around capital appropriations and our reporting, we continue to enhance our practices around our reporting. Other initiatives that we've earmarked for 2014 include the web redevelopment, and this department has a lot of is allocating a lot of support towards the successful launch of the City of Hamilton's website. And again, we expect prior to the third quarter of this year is to have a launch of a new City of Hamilton website, and we continue to work through the subcommittee in terms of both the web redevelopment project and the call handling project as well. Continue to assess service delivery review opportunities. There continues to be efforts to update the service profiles as part of the budget process. The costing information for the programs and services has been updated as part of our budget process. And again, as Chris I spoke to earlier this morning, kicking off today's discussion, is the budget has tied into our business plans and to the service profiles. And hopefully you see that in the budget documents before you. begin the implementation of the call handling review, understanding that that report is before council tonight, assuming approval of council of the call handling initiative. The department would support the implementation of the recommendations of that report, and then the efforts to start moving our various service channels to more of an integrated and coordinated approach. Test and implement voting equipment for the 2014 municipal election. The next bullet point is around it, and the description may be somewhat confusing, but it is around providing access to T4s electronically. We currently still provide T4s in terms of paper, hard copy form, and so we look forward to implementing the Human Resources Management System functionality, which allows for the viewing of T4 forms electronically. Develop training and mentoring programs to retain key staff as part of succession planning and retention strategy. I spoke to the workforce planning work that the DMT has initiated with the support of HR, and both succession planning and retention strategy form part of that work. Again, implement the workforce management strategies for more effective decision-making, continue to develop plans to implement standards, guidelines, and regulations to the AODA, and finally continue to develop strategies and plans to implement strategies for equity and diversity in employment systems. So those are a few of our 2014 initiatives, and not a complete list, but the highlights of some of the key initiatives we'll be undertaking as a department in 2014. In terms of the tie-in to our service delivery profiles, you'll recall the references to the programs, services, sub-services, and what we've done is we've listed the services, programs, and services that the department supports. And I just want to, I'm not going to read this slide, but I want to make reference to how staff within this department, an example on how we support the citizens of our community. I'm going to tie it into the December ice storm event. And there are two particular divisions who were very active during the event: IT, ensuring that our networks were operational and that our citizens had access to city departments as well as to our contact center. And just specific to the contact center, just a few measurements to identify the level of activity and the ability of the contact center to support that activity. On a normal Sunday, the contact center will deal with approximately 100 calls. During that event, on December 22nd, the contact center dealt with 1,299 calls, just short of 1,300 calls. And so I just want to thank the staff, and I took the opportunity to actually, with my family, visit the contact center during the event, and we thanked the staff for their support because my children were curious as to how I had access to information on my BlackBerry during the event. We too suffered from the blackout, and I was providing updates. Well, the expected time is 9 p.m., and so they were curious how that information flowed. We took the opportunity to not only thank the staff, but I took the opportunity to educate my children as to how those services are supported. So I just want to thank, and I took the opportunity to thank the staff, but through Michael, again, extend my thanks to the contact center. Back to that event, over the period December 22nd to 31st, the contact center dealt with just short of 10,000 calls during the event, during the time period of December 22nd to 31st. So just an example on how the staff within this department continue to support the citizens of the city of Hamilton. In terms of, and I won't go through this slide, if there are questions specific to the divisions, I'm sure the directors will speak to it. Overall, the net levy increase for corporate services is 1.1%, and you can see the breakdown across the various divisions. I'll spend more time on the next slide, on slide number 7, which is the cost categories. If you look at our employee-related costs, recognizing we're a support service, our employee-related costs, if you look at employee-related costs of $28.2 million, as a percentage of total expenditures, if you simply looked at those two numbers, it represents 100% of our total expenditures. Recognizing, though, we have some recoveries. So we have some fees and charges and some recoveries from other departments. If I control for those fees and charges and other recoveries, our employee costs represent 79% of the department's expenditures. So I just want to highlight the fact that through the effort of DMT, we have reduced 1 FTE, and we've tried to reduce the levy impact in 2014 to 1.1%, which we expect to be a sustainable budget for 2014 for the department. In terms of employee-related costs, very much driven by the collective agreements, so employee-related costs are increasing by approximately $383,000, of which approximately $300,000 is in salaries and wages. Again, given the size of the department, our other changes, including material supplies, is relative to Public Works, not as material, nonetheless increasing by approximately $15,000 with respect to materials and supplies, and that is being driven by computer software, offset by some equipment repair savings and printing savings. Vehicle expenses, there's a slight reduction. Buildings and grounds is increasing by approximately $75,000 off office leases, account for 2/3 of that $75,000 pressure. A reduction in contractual, and that's principally around the printer, the RICO contracts. Reserves, as we recover, and you'll see in a subsequent slide, some of the sections and divisions have recoveries from capital investments, IT reserves, and risk management reserves. So there are some recoveries from reserves, an increase of approximately $24,000 related to those specific services. It's a cost recovery basis for those services. Cost allocations are increasing in part related to red light cameras as it relates to the POA function, and a change in financials that represents an increase in tax registration revenues of approximately $20,000, as well as some changes in some revenue lines around POA, as well as some internal recoveries as well. So again, as a department, the departmental increase is approximately 1.1%. Again, salary wages is a significant factor to that, as well as leases under office leases and computer software and POA revenue distribution as well. In terms of efficiencies, the department has assumed as part of our base budget approximately $140,000 in efficiencies and additional revenues, and you can see the splits just short of $95,000 in efficiencies that we've incorporated in our base budget, and approximately $44,000 in additional revenues in an effort to reduce the levy increase in 2014. Some additional information. In terms of vacancies, as of December 31st, we had approximately 16.5 vacancies. I can tell you that as of today, more than half of those vacancies have been filled or posted. So again, this is a snapshot of our vacancies. We do have some challenges in some of our divisions where we have staff who have opportunities elsewhere within the corporation. So the positive message is we have some excellent staff who are staying within the corporation. The challenge for some of our divisions is retaining those staff because, again, they have the capacity to provide services in other programs and service areas. So again, as of December 31st, we had a vacancy rate of about 5.4%, and you can see the split across the divisions. Also, some of those vacancies is a result of some of the actions around the acting GM, the acting Director of Financial Planning Policy. We brought two divisions together, our F&A and Special Projects and Revenue Generation. You'll see under Financial F&A and Revenue Generation, two positions. We eliminated a director position and created a manager position. There's a manager and another analyst position in that area that John will speak to, that he is taking action in terms of recruitment on. So total FTEs, you can see the reference to just short of 400 FTEs, and then the split is there 89% of our FTEs are supported through the levy, approximately 9% or 34 FTEs are supported from other sources, and those other sources are, out of those 34, 22 positions of the 34 related to POA and are supported from POA revenues. 3 of the FTEs support investments and are supported through our returns as it relates to investments. And finally, 9 of those FTEs support risk management and are funded from our risk management reserve. Finally, the last piece of that pie, 10 positions support capital, and again, those are funded from our capital budget. I do not have a slide with respect to absenteeism, but I do have some measures, and I just want to speak to the measures for just a moment. What we see across corporate services is some favorable trending with respect to absenteeism, and that's why I want to speak to it. When we look at the period in our last report, Q3 2012 to Q3 2005, and again, Councillor Clark made reference to we've been receiving quarterly updates with respect to absenteeism. Over that period, the average paid sick days for corporate services per eligible employee was just over 2 sick days per eligible employee. For 2013, that average is 1.66. And in terms of the dollar impacts, the average over that period, Q3 2012 to Q3 2013, the average sick cost per eligible employee was $408. In 2013, Q3 2013, it was $319. So I want to thank all the staff in corporate services for their dedication in terms of serving the citizens of Hamilton and this favorable trending as it relates to their work efforts within the department. So that represents the end of the overview for the department. There are presentations that each of the directors have prepared for each of the divisions. They are part of the package you received today, similar to Public Works. I'd be happy to try to address any questions that you have. Our directors are here today. They've joined me here today to answer those questions. Alternatively, we could have the directors come forward. I'll leave it in the hands of committee.
I think Mike will follow Jerry's lead and try to just take questions and have directors to help us as the questions come forward. We have all the slides in front of us. We'll try that, see how we do. And if that's okay, I've got 3 speakers so far, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Jackson, and Councillor Pearson. Councillor Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you very much. And you answered my one question. That was to commend Jane Lee on her tenure here at the City of Hamilton, and also to find out who is replacing Jane, although you cannot be replaced. Welcome, Michael. Just back to your second slide, you still have city clerk underneath your division. My understanding is that eventually the move is to take city clerk's office and put it under the city manager's office. Do we have a timeline on this right now, or is it still in the works?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that was effective January. Rose is essentially part of Chris's DMT as of January of this year for the purposes, because we started the development of the budget documents prior to that reorg. For the purposes of the balance of this year's budget deliberations, we continue to have Rose join our DMT as part of our budget presentations. At the end of the budget process, we have a policy around restatements. We'll report back restating the clerk's office from corporate services to the city manager's office. In the future, you will see the clerk's office as part of the city manager's budget and variance reports.
Okay, thank you for that. And congratulations to the staff. 10,000 calls. I think I got half of those in Councillor Partridge got there right now. I'm kidding. It was a lot, and thank you very much for your efficiencies. I really appreciate that. And commend the staff on the 1.6 days. That's incredible. As we said before, we don't want the staff to come in sick and then infect everybody else. We like sharing, but not in that category. And really appreciate everybody taking that role. And the only other thing, and it just popped up because we were talking about the T4 slips, and I like the paper. I'm sorry, I do. I like that paper trail. And as much as we are probably saving on not getting them printed out, have we sort of flipped over to figure out how much is coming off our copiers? Because you're sitting at your desk, it comes up, you've printed, it's only one sheet.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, let me ask Rick, or I'm not sure that we're eliminating
then I misunderstood.
Versus providing the opportunity for individuals to view them.
Okay, then I misunderstood, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We have the ability for you to go online and print out another copy of your T4, but we are still sending them out to all employees at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mike. And I think you've done an amazing job stepping up to this role, and this is great. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First thing, City Manager, I know you're listening, and I'm sick and tired of using the adjective acting, so I'm leaving that between you and Mr. Zagaric to somehow eventually try to work that out, City Manager. Okay, Michael, thank you for the excellent presentation.
I think you've evoked a response from our City Manager, Councillor Jackson, if you'd like to engage.
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, I hate making anyone sick and tired. It represents a health and safety problem, but just so as you know, I think in terms of this matter, without getting into a personnel matter in public, I do plan on coming to you at the next GIC to give you an update as to how things are getting resolved.
Chris, you always take both my serious and sense of humor under advisement. I appreciate it. I wasn't looking for a response, but anyways. Okay, but Michael, as always, in your acting capacity, doing an outstanding job. Good presentation. Mike, just quickly to slide 4, please. Just some quick questions, couple of quick questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So maybe through you, Deputy Mayor, to Rose Caterini. Rose, test and implement voting equipment for 14 municipal elections. I'm asking this question on behalf of any and all candidates and on behalf of all voting Hamiltonians. It's still going to be, I know we budgeted for some new equipment to come in, but for getting the electorate prepared a few months in advance, it's still going to be that electronic fill in the circle type of thing that goes through the tabulator, or can you just give us a quick update, Rose? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, please.
Sure, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you. Yes, that is correct, Councillor Jackson. The equipment that we're leasing will be vote tabulating equipment, very similar to what equipment was used in the previous election.
Okay, that's good for continuity's sake. Mike, I know you gave a full report at GIC on the call handling review. I've done some more reading of the report since then. I know it's before us at council tonight, and I know what your hope and wish is. So can I just ask a couple of quick questions on this? Unless, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if you'd rather I say them for council tonight, I'm easy either way, because I don't want to waste this committee's time.
Probably at council would be best, just given our 3 o'clock cutoff.
So, Mike, I'll prepare you for that in the next couple of hours. That's fine. And, Michael, you've come in at 1.1% below the citywide average departmentally. Greatly appreciated, and I'll save the rest for council tonight. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I've got Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mike. I also commend kudos to you. Fabulous job, and certainly best wishes to Jane. I was at her retirement tea yesterday, and I know that she will enjoy her well-deserved time off, and I'm sure she'll be around and visible and certainly get into something in volunteering. I can't see Jane just sitting back. But through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I do have a question, and just because I'm whipping through the slides, just as I will for Public Works. Slide 53, and that might be IT, I think. It says email messages. We've got the received emails, accepted emails, and rejected. This is corporate-wide? Through to you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor, it's corporate-wide.
So when we're saying rejected, the percentage, is that like spam? Is that like junk mail?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct. The number of emails received is what actually comes into our @hamilton.ca. The ones that are actually accepted are the ones that actually pass through our filtering software, so we get rid of as much of the junk as we can. So that's what those numbers reflect.
So, but then the percentage of rejected, we wouldn't have a number as far as like 88.9% rejected last year. Do we have the total numbers?
If you take the number received,
right,
and you take 88.9% of that, that's the numbers rejected.
Okay, thank you. That's an awful lot of emails for the viewing public to see of what goes through our IT systems and our computers, and we always wonder why we have limited space, or we have to get more space to store things. Is because we get a lot of mail that really shouldn't be going through our systems, and duplication also of emails that creates a huge amount of storage issues with regards to the systems. But I thank you for the answer to that, and I will again, Mr. Deputy Mayor, read through this. If I have questions, I'll take them offline. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Councillor Pearson. I've got Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and through you, Mike. Mike, last year I think we provided additional resources for Larry's staff in terms of trying to deal with the ongoing problem of the large reassessments that we find in the lower city. And most of our budget process is focused on cost cutting, and with that issue there, it's more of trying to retain a revenue or a tax base. So we have certainly better numbers on the chart. So I'm wondering how successful we've been through the 2013 calendar year in terms of playing a more proactive role in limiting those losses, and it's more related to the corporate numbers than it is to anyone's division, but I know that Larry's staff play a key role in that regard, so I'm wondering if you can give us an update as to how we fared with that issue.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, while Larry makes his way to the chair, and I'll ask Larry maybe if he can speak a bit around our involvement, part of reassessment. I just point of clarification, we didn't actually get an additional staff. We had a staff member who was always part of taxation, who supports Larry as it relates to reassessments, and is very involved with Larry in terms of monitoring the reassessment process. And I know that we provided a report, I'm thinking the last quarter of 2013, whereby we described our involvement around the reassessment process. But maybe Larry can provide you a bit of an update in terms of how we involve ourselves in the process. And I know we have some in-camera issues that are unresolved that we need to come back around our industrial base, and some currently active appeals around reassessment and some potential exposure.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, we do have an assessment review person who actively has a number of things that he does. He ensures that the building permit information is over to MPAC, and he monitors to look at some of the bigger projects to ensure it's getting on our books in a reasonable amount of time. We're actively involved in appeals. I think you'll see in one of my slides that, I think it's page 61, that we're involved in about 200 appeals, actively monitoring them. So we do a lot of monitoring. We're really dependent on MPAC being correct and the decisions coming out of the Assessment Review Board, which is why we brought that report forward, saying that, the system's not totally broken, but we think it needs some tweaking to protect municipalities. I think the province has identified that through some of their initiatives. And we're surely hoping going forward that the assessments get correct and we're not seeing these large swings. We do have a couple of outstanding large appeals that could affect us significantly that we were going to try and get to in-camera to discuss. I do have some updates on some of those appeals, some good news, some still hanging out there. But we're hoping that this is going to smooth out over time, that assessment's going to be a little more correct, and we can learn to live by the numbers they're giving us and budget true numbers from what we're seeing from MPAC.
And I know thanks for that. I know we've we've already been through some of those appeals, and some of those entities have then filed subsequent appeals for later years, and those, I believe, are the files that Larry's referring to. What is the average now that we're losing from a tax assessment? And I know there are some wild swings because there have been years where we've had some fairly large reductions, but we must have an average that we're aware of. What is that average right now?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I know that Larry and staff were reviewing our write-downs as part of our corporate financials non-program revenues. I'm not sure if Larry has that number.
I have a number, I don't have an average, but I believe that our appeals in 2013, we were at about the $8 to $9 million in lost municipal revenue.
Flip side to that coin is the growth that we've experienced, and I think as part of your presentation, Mike, you had pointed out that most of the growth that we're experiencing right now, when you start to look at the industrial appeals versus some of the new industrial growth, most of that growth in the corporate financials, is it 0.8 this year that we've assumed?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, 0.8 consistent with what we realized in 2013 as well.
Most of that's coming from the new residential growth in the Glanbrook and Flamborough areas, just to put that on the record again. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we reported in 2013 most of the net growth was through the residential sector, and we were forecasting the same for 2014.
So one of the questions that we're constantly faced with from certain corners of the municipality is that if we just drew a line in the sand and we didn't allow any more growth on the fringes of the municipality, could we not develop a plan that seeks to grow from within the existing urban boundaries and forego whatever future development is supposed to come in the next 5, 10 years or even beyond? And so from a revenue standpoint, again, speaking to the corporate financials, I'm now looking at a scenario where we're $8 to $9 million in losses through the appeal process, and we're almost looking at the same in terms of growth from the residential sector. What would be the plan B if in fact we decided to go along those lines? So how could we achieve those revenues without the new residential growth?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we are realizing some growth in our existing wards in terms of we saw some favorable trending through the reassessments. You may recall in wards 1 through 3 had some favorable reassessment impacts relative to previous years, and part of that is a result from intensification, and so there is some growth while the greenfield growth is providing the capacity. For the most part, there is some intensification. So in terms of going forward, if there were restrictions in terms of greenfield growth, there would be an impact in terms of our revenues. So 0.8%, that translates to short of $6 million. That $6 million in terms of the 2014 budget is applied to reduce the tax impact to all our taxpayers. If we didn't realize that revenue, it would represent an additional pressure. What I expect municipalities, the province of Ontario, to consider going forward over the next 10 years is the reference to smart growth. What is the most sustainable form of growth? And so I know there's been some work initiated in terms of that balance between commercial, industrial, and residential, and how to move forward with the most sustainable form of development. And I expect that will continue in the next decade. And again, not just municipalities, province of Ontario, as well as educational institutions, I expect will be very involved in that.
And that's great to hear. The question that I would have is that as part of the appeal process, there are negotiations that take place, and we're a party to those negotiations. I'm wondering if as part of that negotiation process that we could start to look at, again, along the sustainable lines that you just referenced, is to ask some of those corporate entities to sever off some of their underutilized properties. We always reference Stelco and the fact that they have those very large parking lots that sit vacant. They're not generating much in the way of taxes. So I'm wondering, as a revenue, on the revenue side of the equation, whether we have the ability through those negotiations that Larry and his staff have with, and I just use Stelco as the example, U.S. Steel, and there are others, whether we could, as part of that negotiation process, then seek to come up with a plan that puts those properties back into productive use. And I'm not certain whether that's the forum to do it. I know it will be part of our secondary planning process and the brownfield strategy that we have, but I'm looking at this from an appeal process and whether we have any leverage as part of that to get some of those lands into circulation. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we have examples whereby we've been involved in the negotiations between the two parties, MPAC and the property owner. There is an opportunity to raise these issues through those discussions. They are not formal in the sense that we are not before a tribunal identifying these issues, but again, those types of issues can form part of our discussions in terms of the negotiations. As to what that will leverage in terms of the objective, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, while we speak of the declining assessments, especially around our industrial and around the Burlington Street, it's important to note that those lands still hold a lot of assessed value. And I just don't want to leave the impression that there's no value, assessed value to those properties. In terms of the buildings, we're seeing challenges around the assessed value, but in terms of the land continues to hold some significant assessed value.
Thanks, Mike. And can I ask through you, Mr. Chairman, to Larry, I know that in years past we had a number of industrial properties that would fall into the 3 years arrears category, and at times we were reluctant to assume ownership of them because in many cases they had no value. Their contamination was of an extent that we didn't want them on our books, at least not yet. How many properties within the category there fall into that north end industrial area that would be considered brownfields?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I have 3 identified properties that are still an issue. 3 properties that have been prominent in the news in the last couple of years being the Wentworth Street property, the Hess Street property, and the Catherine Street property. The Wentworth Street property, there has been some work by the owners and the MOE. They're working on it, but it is significantly in arrears, and we're going to have to do something with that probably this year. The Hess Street property, we are dealing with a group who's interested in that property right now, and I believe that the city has some interest in the Catherine Street property. So they have both been to tax sale. Catherine Street's failed at tax sale, so we can do something with that in the next year and a half. And the Hess Street property had failed at tax sale. The 2 years had gone by. Nothing has happened on it. It's been re-registered, but like I said, we have been approached by a group who's interested in potentially doing something with that property.
Those are the 3 most prominent. Are there others in the wings or on the horizon that may be in front of us in terms of having to make a decision where we're at that fork of the road, either put it up for sale and hope that somebody buys it or possibly take it into our own position?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, right now there's nothing on the horizon that I'm too concerned on as far as going significantly in arrears. I really don't want to mention some of the properties. There are a couple of properties out there that are concerns that potentially are going to go into registration. I think they have value. I mean, they were sold recently for some significant dollars, and the one company in particular has run into some issues. I think when push comes to shove, we'll get our payment.
Good to hear. Well, I appreciate the information. Some of this is kind of not related to the budget, but it is in the grand scheme of things, because if they can start producing, then it certainly helps the global budget process. So I appreciate the information. I'm going to come back with something that seeks to address those 3 properties that Larry referenced, maybe in the form of a motion that seeks to get, again, provincial, federal assistance something in the bank that would allow us then to take on these properties without the fear of, bankrupting one of our reserves to try to remediate it and put it back on the market. But anyway, those are my comments right now. We'll come back with something, and I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Certainly revenue has something to do with our budget process. So I've got 4 more speakers. We need to, I've got Councillor Powers, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Clark. And I guess we can push it, Ida, as far as 3:15, but that's it in terms of the budget. So just some guidance on our time this afternoon. Councillor Powers.
Using your instructions, I'll reduce my questions to Jane Lee down to about 5 of them. I had more, but I'll start off to say enjoy your retirement. I've certainly enjoyed my opportunity to work with you over the years, being neighboring suburban municipalities, and that we had a very, very close relationship between Flammable and yourselves, and certainly your professionalism then just carried on to your job here, and as supervisor of the municipal service centers, we saw you on a frequent basis, just as we did Michael and that. So thank you, Jane, for everything. My question is just building on a question raised this morning by Councillor Jackson, and it's with regards to AODA. An attempt was made to kind of answer it with regards to the impacts and the ensuing impacts on our budgets and our operations in all departments, whether it's corporate services or things like that. Perhaps are you in a position to share some of your thoughts as to kind of what's going on and some things that you're hearing that may be helpful, which so far I haven't heard anything, and the things that may impact us now and going forward as it relates to AODA.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I didn't hear I was listening in partially this morning, but I didn't hear all of the question. But I think I believe the major impacts will be, as I believe was noted this morning with respect to the built environment, and I think that's consistent with comments that have been taking place for the last number of years. The built environment standards as it relates to the external or exterior streets, roads, sidewalks, and things like that, and pathways. That standard is in place, and it was, when we reviewed the final version of that standard before implementation, was not far off our current design standards. It was quite close, and there were not concerns expressed at the time from Public Works. It does mean that, however, that then gets built into our, as I believe was noted this morning, new construction, and we do try to make those improvements at that time. The piece that has not yet been proclaimed and finalized are the revisions to the Ontario Building Code, so that I think we're still waiting. And however, from the city's perspective, because we have had barrier-free guidelines and standards in place for many years, I think we are not probably in too bad a position as it might relate to other municipalities, because they have not necessarily had higher standards than the building code for accessibility, and we have had higher standards than the building code for accessibility for the city facilities for several years. We are in the process, together with Public Works, of updating those barrier-free standards and looking at some areas where in the past I think they were not complete enough, and we've ended up perhaps with some construction that is not as accessible as it should be based on people's experiences when they actually visit our facilities. And we do retrofit and go back in after and try to resolve those situations as best as possible. The other standards that we're implementing right now are the information and communication standards. So I believe you might already notice that there's been some changes in the report formatter. That's with respect to some of the accessibility requirements. There may be some more coming with that. Because we're developing a new website, we have looked at the accessibility of our website from the basis of the platform we're using and all of the pieces. I'm not a very technical person, but I have been providing some oversight and watching and participating in that initiative. We will be testing a lot in the website, so there will be some cost to the testing, including for accessibility. But as you can see in our budget today, we have a standard operating budget for AODA requirements, and we use that for whatever project and implementation we have in place. And for the last few years, anything unspent from that current budget account has been allocated to a capital account, so that we are building a little bit of a fund that will help us fund project-based work in terms of implementation of the standards. So I think we're relatively in good shape with respect to the monies we have available for the information and communication standard, and also for the implementation of the employment standard. We are conducting currently in the midst of an employment systems review that looks at all of our employment systems together with HR, and will identify any barriers for applicants or employees with disabilities, and we should have that report by March, and I think at that point in time we will figure out what would it take. That should primarily be changes to processes as opposed to things that would cost us a lot of money. And because we have both the current budget account and some capital dollars put aside, I think, we should be able to manage that as well. That would be my not so short answer.
Okay. So as a departure gift, I have no further questions.
Well, thanks, Jane. If that is your last answer, we'll see. That's a spectacular answer. And I've got Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you. There was an interesting stat in regards to the ice storm in regards to the calls. So I just asked Jane, and my understanding it's possible, just to put things in perspective, if we can have a breakdown of those calls, it would be certainly informing in regards to where the areas and where the calls were coming and what areas were greatest damaged in the storm. So I would appreciate that information. Well, that's not what I'm hearing, actually. So the question I have, and we talked about this, and we've talked about it for 3 years, and I didn't see it in the presentation. And of course, it was a corporate presentation, corporate services, but it is a corporate position that council put forward, and that was the budgeting, what's it called, the strategy on the budgeting process.
The multi-year?
Thank you. Multi-year budgeting.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it is absolutely, in fact, I believe on our 2014 initiatives, it's the first initiative we've identified for 2014. So we will start assessing options with respect to multi-year budgeting, recognizing from a rate and a capital perspective, we develop 10-year budgets for both our rate budget and our capital budget. But as part of our 2014 work plan, we'll start to assess what's required to be able to deliver a 10-year capital operating tax rate supported budget.
So we started this in 2003, did we not, in regards to the proposal for multi-year budgeting?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it was part of our 2013 work plan, in part because of the vacancies that we had in some of our director positions. We weren't able to get to it in 2014, but it is part of our work plan, and we're starting to have our meetings. Brian McMullen has already started to coordinate meetings with other municipalities around their multi-year budgeting process during March break. So we'll take that opportunity to start meeting with municipalities.
That's great. Now, there's a number of residents who talk to me about how often, knowing that it's tedious or it is an exercise that a lot of resources go into, but it's an exercise nevertheless that corporations and cities should consider, whether it's every 5 years or whatever. It was zero-based budgeting. Have you have a position on zero-based budgeting and whether we should enter into that at some point in time?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think there's some different definitions of zero-based budgeting. Some individuals interpret zero-based budgeting as a 0% increase and come forward with any enhancements. The other approach to zero-based budgeting is essentially you're developing your budget from scratch. And so the opportunity in that approach is you're really becoming familiar with each of the accounts and the services tying into our service delivery review references. It provides that intimacy with respect to the budget. The challenge for organizations is the time commitment required to approach zero-based budgeting from the approach where you're starting from scratch. And so that would be my only caution is it could consume a considerable amount of time in developing, and so that would have to be considered against any potential advantages or efficiencies as a result of that process.
So I guess, but could there not be a strategy, if you do it just corporate-wide, I can understand certainly what you're putting forward, but is there not an approach that you can actually stage it departmentally or divisionally, and just over a period of time, eventually the whole corporation's gone through that exercise, so it's very limited, but you're getting to that benchmark, quite frankly, in every division. And my understanding it's a useful exercise because I haven't heard too many people say it isn't, but I've heard the same comment as in regards to the resources. But there's strategies in how you could approach that as well. So I'm wondering if that's something.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think the suggestion of piloting or phasing in is absolutely an approach some organizations take, in part to assess the value of it. Rather than rolling it out corporately, they'll pilot a program or service to assess what the value of tearing down the budget and essentially building it up from scratch is. So to the councillor's point, it is an approach that some organizations have taken, and that will form part of our discussions with other municipalities as we better understand their budgeting process. Where have they had some success, not only from a technology standpoint in terms of supporting multi-year budgeting, have they taken any approaches to budgeting where they've yielded some efficiencies or returns as a result of the approach they're taking?
I really appreciate that, and I also want to extend to Jane Lee that I don't think I've ever bumped into Jane Lee where she didn't have a smile on her face. She always brought sunshine to City Hall, so not only the good work and the leadership you brought into your division, but the fact that you're just a very pleasant woman that works in that organization, I'm sure that ripples right down through your workforce. So thank you for the years of service you provided the city.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Marula.
Just quickly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Mike, I know that there are three things I'd like to touch upon, but not in overly detailed fashion. But first, you and I and Chris Murray had discussed the incentive program from a corporate-wide perspective and how we would go about dealing with it in a manner that's conducive to actually utilizing savings to tie into bonusing as opposed to just the general bonusing overall, regardless of those savings. Secondly, with respect to bricks and mortar and working from home, a few years back, I brought forward a motion to evaluate or assess the possibility of looking at means of having some of our employees, those that can be monitored, work from home to decrease or mitigate the need for bricks and mortar to accommodate employees. I'm wondering what the status of that is. And I don't need the answer today, but perhaps if some direction we can have this reported back. And thirdly, with respect to the advancement of modern technology, what I've found is, and I've brought this up in the past, is that we've gone from telephones to pagers to cell phones to BlackBerries, but it seems like we're adding on without eliminating. So, for instance, we might have a desktop, we might have a laptop, we might have a BlackBerry, we'll have a phone, pager, what have you. So we have these layers that are just continually to grow, or continually growing without eliminating. I think the advancement of modern technology should be used as a tool to decrease our budgetary pressures rather than increase them. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, could we have an evaluation of how we can go about assessing the needs and how we can eliminate some layers in order to save some money at the bottom line?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Three great questions. In terms of the incentive program, I know we had a report, and we can meet with the councillor again with respect to some other municipalities around their incentive programs. It may be something that I don't want to add to John Hertel's work plan, but around revenue generation, it may fall within the scope, but I don't want to add it to his immediate work plan because he has a full plate. In terms of the in 2013, I think it started in 2013, we had a pilot in terms of individuals working from home to assess the opportunities and challenges to allow individuals maybe 1 day a week work from home. We now have a policy, and so I'll include your question to my notes to SMT, and it may be something that HR can speak to in terms of their presentation. So we do have a formal policy now in terms of how we support individuals.
Directly correlated to the motion back in 2008. Right. Okay, and so the modern technology issue.
And the modern technology, I think we are looking at some options in terms of technology and how technology continues to evolve, and the devices that individuals have, both personal and work-related, and I think that's part of the work plan. I'm not sure if Maria has anything to add in terms of 2014. It is part of the work plan 2014, but maybe Maria wants to add to it.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct. It is part of our work plan. But just so that there's some clarity here, we do have a process we go through with the individuals that have the needs, and based on the needs, we determine the types of device or devices they need.
All right, but I think what's happening is that people are just basically taking whatever the maximum is. In my case, I've asked a couple of years back to eliminate my desktop as a result of the mobility of my pager and my BlackBerry. I've yet to actually formally do that. So I'm sure others might be in the same situation. So I guess overly aggressiveness or being overly aggressive and trying to get to the bottom of that particular issue, I think is something we should do sooner rather than later. So perhaps direction accordingly would be helpful?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we can provide a report in terms of how we assess individuals' needs and the processes that we have in terms of trying to align the appropriate devices to their needs.
But that would be very helpful. All right. Thanks very much, Mr.
And I will point out that I was given an abacus for some reason, so I'm not sure if that's a reflection of my skill sets or...
Sure. Councillor Clark, please.
I still know how to use the abacus and a slide ruler, which none of my kids knew what the hell either one of them were, which really is scary. One quick question and then some quick comments. Do we have to book liability on assets, for example, if we own land and there's environmental remediation audit required? We have to book that as a liability on our assets?
So I'm going to, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll turn to Brian. I think the short answer is yes.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there's a new process coming through the Public Sector Accounting Board that those liabilities will have to be recorded in the future. So right now, those liabilities aren't recorded.
So they're not, but we will have to do it. Do you know when that's coming? Because that's going to be a significant change in our process.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the last report that KPMG did with their audit plan, I think it was recommended in there that it's going to take place in 2015.
Okay. So in the next term, and we'll be able to develop the contingencies, because it will be interesting to see what all of those assets are and what those environmental liabilities are, and actually how we actually account for it in terms of the dollar value. So, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sure the staff and yourself would never probably call me effusive in my nature, but there are a few areas where I just want to quickly touch on some really outstanding work has gone on in this past term. The FOI office, a remarkable improvement in the office. Access by design has been undertaken. So when people are calling in and requesting information, the departments are more readily providing that information as opposed to saying, well, file an FOI and we'll look at it, which was the old response. And I know it was because of what the law was, but I'm getting very positive reactions in my community where they're requesting reports, they're requesting information, and they don't have to go and file an FOI and go through that drawn-out process. And you can see it by the number of FOI requests dropping. So the responses out of that office are fantastic. The access by design policies that we had approved 2-3 3 years ago have now been implemented, and there's still more to go, I understand, but significant improvement there. The call center, I really, my accolades could not be strong enough for the professionalism in the call center. I've had to call the call center many times from many different houses, so they don't know it's me calling, trying to find different phone numbers and that, and the manner in which they answer their call, you can hear them smiling on the phone. They really are respectful. They get to what the issue is quickly and find the numbers, and I had to call lots of corporations in my time, but this call center is really doing remarkable work, so I do want to indicate that, and given the number of calls, it's just staggering. You'd almost want to pick up the phone, what do you want after, next 20,000 calls, but they're so professional in their response. The email filtering, I would like more information on that in terms of how we're actually doing a fail-safe threshold to make sure that we're not inadvertently filtering out emails that should be getting a response to. Every so often we all get, comments that, emails weren't answered. It would be nice to know what the process is that we're checking to make sure, because those filters are so sensitive that if the wrong comma's in there, you can lose an awful lot of emails. So let's just double check on that, because those are significant numbers that are being deleted. And finally, the clerk's office. I can't say enough positive comments in terms of the clerk's office, the amount of work that's going through that office, but their ability to handle all of the changes that are coming out. And people really need to understand the amount of work that's in the clerk's office. It's not just the legislative work that occurs, which realistically, every single report and every single binder goes through that division, and it's not just thank you, here's the report. They have to read the report, make sure that it complies with all of the legislation. They provide advice to every single director, every single manager. If you start to compartmentalize all of that work that the clerk's office is doing day in and day out in a timely manner, then add in the provincial offences office, then add in FOI, and then add in the election. Clerk's office is probably one of the busiest offices working in the city right now, and they're still hitting all of their time marks. So my hat is off to Rose and all of their clerks. And as I indicated before, I don't generally throw compliments, because I have really high expectations for people. We're all here to do a job, and when we do the job, that's what we're expected. But when they go above and beyond the demands of that job, which your office is doing, really, you should be recognized for that. So, Mr. Murray, they're doing a remarkable job, and they should be credited for that. Beyond that, I'm very pleased with the overall report. And as I said earlier, Mr. Zagarek, we've moved a long way in terms of the sustainabilities within this report. Just look where we were 4 years ago and look at where we are now in the corporate structure and how we moved towards sustainability. Remarkable. And that goes to all of the councillors around this table who've been pushing the items, but more importantly, our staff have been listening, not pushing back and fulfilling. So my compliments to you.
Hear, hear. So a motion to receive Councillor Powers and Partridge, all in favor, carried. And Ida, just to check in, having completed this today means we're freed up tomorrow. Yahoo. Okay. So motion to adjourn, then Councillor Duvall and Jackson, all in favor, carried. Thanks very much.